YouTube and other places, I would say. Let's go live on TradingView. So it's another great day to trade. If you were in Discord, then you know that I already called being long. So you can see we're up roughly 12, 13 thousand there on that trade. Not bad. Not a bad trade there. It is Friday. Market's doing well. Oh. Let's put some trailing stops in the market for the NQ. Where are we at on GC is selling off. That's what we're looking for. So gold is selling off. We were in a short. It's not the best area for a short on GC, but I think we'll see if this trade works out. We'll put some stops in the market there. And then on bonds, ZB, we're only in 3 lots there. That trade kind of is on the bubble. So we will put in trailing stops there as well. How's everybody doing? Yeah, Discord. Let's go to the general. Oh, there's no news on deck, so we don't have any news that we're waiting for. Look at that. It's pulling back. There we go. Good morning, Colonel Steve Austin. Hey, Axe Skills. Good morning. Hope everybody's having a good trading week and trading day. It's pulling back to the RDA on chart 2. I would say that probably what we want to do here is, I guess, be patient. I didn't sell CL. I should have sold CL. That was a great opportunity to just sell oil. But I did not sell oil there. Let's see if it's going to do a deeper pullback here. Our initial target where it's trying to go is 870. So that's pretty obvious. Let's start up Sierra chart so we can draw some of our levels. So it'd be a place where maybe you could be adding to the long, but it's not really holding the RDA yet. So, but this is where you'd want to be adding to the long. I'm not adding to it just because I'm not quite sure. 5, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. It did have a deeper pullback there, but it did find support, buy support. So it does look like the buyers are still stepping up as they have been doing for the last however long, last couple weeks, you would say. But if you look at the chart, there is no reason why. I mean, this is one of the things why in your pre-market analysis, you should be looking really at bias and momentum. And the bias and momentum on the daily chart, 4-day chart, any chart you look at has been very clear that it's been bias momentum long. So
stop filled.
So is this an overshoot? That's the question. Why are my stops not showing up there? Oh, there they are. Why are they way down there? Okay.
Order filled.
You know, this could be an overshoot of the RDA and then a retest of the slow momentum on chart 4. We'll have to see. Oh, I use the daily chart like an idiot. That's why. It's like, why am I stopped so far on ZB? I did reverse that. It looks like it's going to go down, maybe down to the RDA. Maybe it's going to test the open at 786 spot 50. So it just looks like there wasn't strength in the buyer side. It might turn here,
Order filled.
but one more impulse or
Stop filled.
just needs an impulse down.
Stop filled.
What did I get stopped out of? Oh, getting stopped out of the gold trade. Gold's starting to move up. And the question is it going to stall here? It feels like it's going to stall. It looks like it's going to stall. That would be the first. This would be the first reaction off the key level 8325. So 83 spot 25 would be what we're seeing right here. This is the reaction. So this is kind of run of the mill reaction, what we would expect. There we go. I do think if it's going to pull back, we do have our zone that we're looking for. Our first zone is right around 724 if it's going to do a deeper pullback. So it might not though. Let's share our actual levels here in Trade Room Alpha. So let's draw our levels. Might be an overshoot here, so I have to be a little careful of not getting too aggressive on the short side. So just got to be careful there, not to get too aggressive on the short side.
Order filled.
Let's do our weak levels. So we have a weak level here. I would call that a strong level there. And then this is a weak level. And then this is a weak level here. Once again, 870 is our target that we're really looking at. So for those that are share this in Trade Room Alpha, the actual key levels and for those wondering, that's in Discord. So if you haven't followed in Discord, you'll see a link down below. Both on TradingView and other places, you'll see a link in the description. So let's share this in Trade Room Alpha. There we go. That was good to sell that. So I sold that pop. It did look pretty obvious that not pretty obvious, but I mean, it still looks weak that it has a lower level it wants to target, wants to tag. Although buyers are stepping up here on everything that breaks the lows, the buyers are stepping up. Once again, what you're looking for constantly is clues. You should always have two targets, an upside and a downside target. And then really, then you're just looking for clues of which target is more probable. That's all trading really is. On whatever time frame you want to take it, you could trade the daily with the weekly as your main control. You could trade really any time frame, any charts. That's really what you're doing in a nutshell. Don't like the way it's stalling here, but maybe we'll see. I guess I'll put all my stops in profit. There we go. Looks like it might sell off a little bit there. Up about 4 or 5,000. Needed to break that low, break this level right here, which is right around 796. So it breaks that, then it's probably going to go down to at least the RDA on chart 4, which is 769 spot 50. Or what we're really watching is that 715 level. 715 level is really what we're watching. It's probably going to take me out and then go down. It's hard to say. There we go. Looks like it's going to go now. There it goes. I know it's hard to see. So I'll get out of this.
Order filled.
Got out of GC. We missed the oil trade, so there's no real oil trade on deck for us. I guess there could be possibly a long here, but I think the next level at 79.11 is what we're really watching for. This is the middle of a range, kind of a no trade zone.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
There we go. We did get knocked out there on that rise up. Up about 750 on the ZB trade there, which is Treasury bond futures. You have any questions or anything you want me to cover, just put it in the chat. What the? I see. Got knocked out. Shouldn't have gotten knocked out of that pullback. Pull my stops way too tight there. It's fine. We're up 3. Oops, there we go. We're in active trading. The question is, it going to pull back deeper all the way down to maybe the fast momentum check of 733? Once again, the first zone that we're looking for is 766. So we'll see what happens there. And then from there, I guess I can see if we can stay with this trade a little bit longer. So I'll divvy up my stop losses on it. One more impulse down. Hey, Gordy D, good to see you.
Stop filled.
Yeah, of course. Question, I think, is, was that just a run-of-the-mill momentum check? That's the question.
Order filled.
So I think what we're going to do, we're going to trade that.
Order filled.
Went long. So I did reverse there, went long. Just look very, I mean, I'm going off chart 1 as our control. We do have to obviously recapture bias and momentum on chart 2. So that's what it's working with right now. So, but we have something to trade against. It does, if we look at the internals, okay. All right, Euro JPY is hitting our scale-in zone. that we're looking for Euro JPY. That trade might not unfold today. The internals are showing we're above the zero line, so far capital's flowing to the long side. I don't know why. All right. So there we are. We're long there. Guess I can move some of these stops here on the ZB. Give it a little bit more room. ZB maybe has a little bit of room. It is breaking out. Maybe it's going up to the RDA to 124 spot 28. Up roughly 780 on that. All right, so now chart 2 recaptured. So it was good to actually do what we did there. As far as reverse. Now it's just a matter of not getting too aggressive on any pullback for being a buyer, unless it makes sense. So it does look like it's probably one more is where we want to be there. Didn't reverse exactly at the actual momentum check. That's probably what I should have done. Should have looked at the chart 1 as the control. Now I guess I could hook that up and then start using that. I might as well instead of waste it. I think we'll do that. All right. So I'm going to get up for a second. Any questions or anything else? Let's see. We're going to get picked up here on this pullback. That's the key. You know, these gold futures are not the right futures, are they?
Order filled. Order filled. All right, we got picked up on that pullback there. In 9 lots on the NQ. Relatively light trading today. I'm just easing my way into it. I have a little bit of a, not head cold. I just don't feel quite right, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I don't know why this is not showing my trade. There we go. All right, now here's the question. Is it going to come back and do a momentum check? Again. Order filled.
Might be a little bit frustrating for some people to trade, but well, what do I see on YM? I guess we can look at YM. There we go. Do I even have YM listed? No. So YM's got the same pattern you're looking at. I mean, it's really almost the same pattern, except it's messing around with the previous day open. It's got an opening range here, mean, it's really going for 35781, which is pretty obvious if we look at the 5 minutes, see where it's at. I mean, once again, it's in the same type of environment that we're in the NQ. Bias and momentum long. You got this zone here that's really interesting, actually. The RDA zone, if it gets to, I'd be a buyer. So right in there, right around 355, 35567, I'd be a buyer, or probably a little bit lower, but be a buyer right around there. If it comes back and tests that range, that'd be a good place to be a buyer. Based on that's expecting it to stay long. And then now the 60-minute is looking to roll over as far as momentum and bias. So that's something to watch. This whole zone right here is something to watch. And that's exactly what correlates on the 5-minute chart. So, yeah, I would say, but I don't think the YM's going to sell off much from here. You've got this area right here. Or if you look at it, you've got this area right here. And then you got this area right here with the daily, the weekly open. It's a lot to get through. I mean, I'm not saying it can't, but it's just a lot to get through. All right, I'm gonna make some coffee. I'm gonna wait. I had to wait for this pullback here. I need to look at the USD CAD. I need to convert some US or Canadian dollars. Need to see where we're at. Yeah, well, we're still. Why did price reject 784 on C4? On C4. I mean, it's at the extreme band is what I would say is probably. It's when you're in a heavy momentum environment, using the fast momentum extreme band is one thing that you should be looking at. Is like what happens when price hits that. So when it's in a heavy momentum environment, price very seldom closes below that heavy extreme band. And those are the red bands on our charts, on the 4-chart setup. So right. It's not committing to another momentum test. I did add to that trade, got a little bit heavier. So we're in 21 lots here. We'll see if that's going to hold up. So again, we're in this momentum short environment where, or not momentum short, chart 2 hasn't quite recaptured the actual the momentum there, momentum back. There we go. And did now. Okay. Oh, really? So Trade08 still hasn't fixed worksheets? Yeah, they've, since their acquisition with Ninja, they're kind of following the Ninja Trader lot of like when things are broke, they don't really seem to care sometimes. That's what it seems to be with Ninja Trader. I've never really traded seriously on Ninja, so I don't have like tons of experience of things breaking and stuff like that. But from people that I know that do, that's one of the things I've heard. By the way, I am in audio on
in Discord. Sorry. There we are. We're up. Well, that was a probably good pullback to buy. Once again, we're going with the bias of the market. So I'll put some, we'll just put some trailing stops in. Does look like it's going to continue its upward motion. Did get knocked out of the ZB trade on that pullback. So that's pulling back. That's a pretty good move up, confirmation of kind of the momentum check, a double check of the momentum there. So you can see here, it came back, checked momentum, checked it again, checked it 3 times really. So that was a three-time momentum check. So not a bad check. Up roughly 11K. Still targeting 870. If it does, we do expect a reaction there. We did just, one of the things is I should have mentioned, that was the hour close. We tend to see increased volatility around an hour close and an half-hour close when the cash market's open. So that was the 10 o'clock kind of volatility move that we would be expecting on a standard hour close event. That typically lasts 3 minutes before and 3 minutes after is what I look for as far as the increased volatility or opportunities for a move like what we just saw here, where it just impulses in one direction. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Took some off just because it stalled there. So, one of the things that I was journaling some of my trading this week, I wasn't taking profit. I was letting things more ride and getting knocked out on trailing stops. So one of the things that I'm working on today, as just to get back into the habit of, is continuing to. So, all right, there is questions here on TradingView. So let's see. Please, can you explain what these indicators are and what you're using? So one of the indicators that I'm using on there is the yellow line. That's called the Rexdog average. It's our bias indicator. You can find that on TradingView. That actually is a free indicator. If you go to my profile, you go to scripts, you'll see a indicator called Rexdog average. There's one with ATR bands too. The other indicators are indicators within the Rexdog trade system. These are some of them are private indicators for members only. So the momentum indicators are how we measure momentum in the market. We trade price action and momentum. The system that I trade and that I teach is a predictive system, meaning it predicts on the chart where you should trade. And you only trade around those zones. You don't, one of the things about my system that's different than a lot of them is that you just can't trade anywhere. There's only areas of the chart you should be trading. Because of that, risk management is built into the trade system because you're only allowed to trade at reaction zones. There are, I consider, no trade zones. Oftentimes you hear me say, we're in a no trade zone. There are no trade zones of the chart, meaning that there's no conceivable reason for you to expect a reaction at that zone. So you shouldn't be trading. That's when you're a straight up chart trader and you're trading just charts. Today, I'll just share. Today I did a minute of pre-market analysis, literally a minute. I just sat down, looked at the NQ chart. I went to the daily chart on all 4 of these charts and I said, okay, I got my pre-market. And then I started trading. So when you're using the same indicators day in, day out, and when your indicators, they help you reveal bias and they help you understand how momentum is moving within the market, things like pre-market and reading where the market's going become much easier. You can glance at a chart.
When I mean, and so one of the questions is, what do you mean by a momentum check? So momentum check is the market. I hate the word trend. I don't use the word trend. Uh, we look at the market in momentum. It moves up and it moves down. It moves fast and it moves slow, and it moves in that way through momentum. So some of the indicators we use in our system help us measure momentum. And then we can see here when the market pulled back, it stopped right here, and we call that this is our slow the white line is our slow momentum indicator, and it pulled back to momentum. It stalled, and that's checking momentum. So what is this chart going in or before, or this chart here before it pulled back, it still is what we call a bias long and momentum long environment, meaning that the chart is very obvious you shouldn't be trading against momentum, which is long. You can just see that anyways just by looking at the chart, but we're looking by interpreting the chart price action through the momentum indicators. It provides you the areas where most likely the chart's going to at least pull back once, have a reaction, and that's what we call checking momentum. And that's what happened here. The chart basically, the way I look at it, the way I explain it is the chart was long and it stalled and it wanted to come back and say, okay, do I still want to be long? Do I still want to maintain long? It comes back and it does momentum check. The momentum check here is these 3 bars. It's right on our momentum indicator. You can see our momentum indicator held, and then it continued to move up. So that's what I mean by momentum check. Hopefully that's clear. So still moving up. Not bad. Yeah, and to one of the things, like I said, our system's predictive, and the market trades from strong level to strong level. Our next strong level on the chart is right at 871. So, and the 60-minute chart, for instance, if we jump over to the 60-minute chart, you can see the 60-minute chart, same indicators. We don't need to change the indicators. Our indicators we use on every chart, every market, every time frame, every chart type that works the same. You can see the 60-minute charts in a momentum and bias long environment as well. So we're trading with the direction of the market. If we look at the actual daily chart, the daily chart is the same thing. The daily chart is bias and momentum long. What happened actually on this pullback is that's one thing we were looking for here this week is it going to pull back deeper, either down to this next level here and do an overshoot of our momentum indicator, or is it going to pull back and pull back to our momentum indicator? One thing I will say is that because these are lagging indicators, as price moves up, if it does, it will look like it tapped the momentum indicator. So one of the things you need to do if you use lagging indicators is you need to project. Actually, you should be projecting anyways. I don't care what type of indicator you use. You should be projecting anyways. Anybody that says you can't predict the market hasn't traded the market long enough, or doesn't have an edge, doesn't have an effective trade system. Anybody that says you can't predict it, and of course, the longer time frame that you're looking at, the harder it is to predict. But for instance, if I share one of the ideas that I recently did on NVIDIA, you can go to my profile. You can see just one of the many equity trades I did. I think coin is another one. Let's just look at this. I just want to share this just so we can dispel this concept of, can you predict the market? You can absolutely predict the market. And then one of the things you need to be good at is, if you're wrong on your prediction, is actually change your mind immediately. So let's see what Palantir is doing. Well, it did hit our zone. It's actually doing pretty well. So it's probably going to the next reaction zone. So it hit our zone. I would have been shorting this more than actually being a buyer. But now that the actual indicators are switching over, you should think about being long based on what the chart's telling you. If we go to another idea here, NVIDIA, this one was pretty simple to call. This one hit our zone, stalled at our zone, and just kept going. I'm still in this trade. That's been a monster. I think there's one on Coin that I recently did, which is a 200% upside potential. Where are we at on Coin? All right, so Coin came back to our entry zone. We were entering, and now we're still in Coin. So we're looking for Coin, and our target up to Coin is right up to about 200 to 220. That's our target on Coin. Let's go back to the trading. All right, there we are. We're up roughly 15. It is moving pretty decently. There's going to be a pullback there. So I did take some off. Now it's just a matter of, so those that are wondering, when I mentioned we trade what's called the 4-chart setup, it's a combination of time and tick charts. For TradingView, I can't show that because TradingView doesn't have tick charts, so I can't show the chart setup that I'm trading. For other places, I just tend to show the TradingView chart just because it's easier. Out of the 4-chart setup, 2 of them are tick charts. It is a superpower if you take time out, and tick charts take time out of your decision process. One of the things we're looking at, or one of the things I'm doing, is we are developing a 4-chart setup for TradingView. Let's just look at the trade. It is moving. We're up roughly 13K on this trade. We are looking, like I said, once again for our 873 or 887 level. If it continues to move past there, we'll short that most likely. It's just a matter of understanding or seeing where we want to maybe short it for the best short possible. I would say if we look at the daily, I guess we're entering kind of this gap zone. I would say probably watching the NDX is key. So we do have a high here from yesterday, which is 794 on the NDX. What is it on the NQ? On the NQ, it's 905. Yeah, so yesterday's high, 905. That's pretty obvious. Anybody trading should see that. So I think what happens around 923 is key based on what our system says. That's just a previous high from yesterday. That's something everybody should see. No matter what you're trading, you should see that just you should see the previous high, low. I do have another indicator that we released on TradingView. If you go to scripts, and this is a free indicator. It's called RD Key Levels. And this is key levels, the weekly, daily, and previous VWAP. These are all reaction zones. I explain how to use it here in this here. So there's some usage advice and there's some examples of how to use this indicator. So that's called RD Key Levels. I'll share the link here on the stream. Where's my, don't I have it? Oh, there we go. All right. I think I said I was going to make coffee, didn't I? Yeah. All right. I'll just see how that trade pulls back. Once again, if you're new here, you want to join Discord. If you are interested in adopting one of the best trade speculative systems ever created, you can join Discord or visit the website rexdogtrading.com. Learn more about the trade system. I have over 250 videos on YouTube. various trading. I really focus on covering trading from a different angle. Uh, Not even a different angle. I just hate BS. And I would just got frustrated reading books and listening to other people and then them sharing tips and advice on things that I didn't see work in the market. Like standard, like support and resistance. The way support and resistance is taught is just it's not how it actually works in the market. It and you won't and if you trade standard support and resistance, you really don't have an edge in the market. That's one of the things that frustrated me early on. Thanks, Timo. Got to go, but always awesome stream. Thanks, Timo. Great to see you. Thanks for showing up. All right. I need to, what do I need to do? Oh, I said I was going to make coffee. Starting to stall here, which you would expect. It is at a previous area where there was a reaction zone. The real one asks Rex, will CL break down to 70? I don't think so, no. Doesn't look like it. You know, with CL, one of the things that was interesting with CL, if we go to the actual chart, okay, go to the actual chart and look at CL, is it's maintained its momentum, and our next zone, our next area that really we should be concerned with is right at 81.63. I think it wants to tap 81.63 before it goes down to 70, if it does. But it looks like it's going to double top. I mean, it could actually, there is a pattern here where it could stall here. So there is a pattern. Definitely there is an opportunity for a pattern where it could stall here. But even then, it's got to get through 78.41. Then it's got to get through 75.91. And then it's got to get through 75.76. And that's the art. So you got the RDA, you got your momentum checks here in the daily. You've got a standard support and resistance zone here at 77.35, which this would be an overshoot on. So I just don't see the 70 here before it actually taps an upside level. That's kind of what I'm trading. So Ashu asked, I've never traded a ticker chart. It's a tick chart, so it's a tick chart. So tick chart is really what it is. How is it better than time chart? I can tell you how it's better than. So number one, here's the number one thing that you need to know the difference, I guess one of the most important things about a tick chart compared to the time chart is a time chart will never accurately represent the capital flow of the market. And I know I'm speaking kind of at a high level here, but the way the money is flowing to the market is never going to be accurately accounted for in a time chart. And there's one reason for that. A time chart is based on time. And that means that no matter what happens with the capital flow, that candle closes and opens at the same time. A 5-minute candle opens up every 5 minutes and closes every 5 minutes. A tick chart, the difference between a time and a tick chart is a tick chart closes based on the amount of ticks, the amount of trades. So if there's more, if you have a 10,000 tick chart, that's 10,000 trades positive. That it would, so for it to close green. It only closes on trades. It only closes on capital flow. That's why a time chart never truly represents the capital flow of the market. Even if you do volume analysis, you never hear me mention volume because volume's meaningless. You don't need to know volume. And there is certain times you do, but really why I say volume's meaningless is because volume is subjective to the current market environment. I'll explain volume this way and why, you might say, well, with time charts, you get volume and that will then play into the capital flow because you could look at volume and you could do volume analysis. The problem, the challenge there is that volume really is
dependent on the given market environment right now. And I'll ask you this question. Are the same amount of buyers and sellers in the market that were in the market 6 months ago? So if you go back 6 months in time, are those same buyers still participating in the market today? And now, of course, no one can answer this question. It's actually a stupid question to ask. I know they say there's no stupid questions, but this is actually a stupid question because no, of course not. So when you look at volume, yes, you can say volume. Okay, volume is comparative to the asset or the ticker you're trading, but it really isn't, because volume really is a measure of the volume from the way the market sits and the way the market looks at that asset today, right now, at this moment in time. And the same participants are not there. Some of them are there, some of them aren't. So that's why I don't look at volume, because to me it's subjective. A tick chart's not subjective. A time chart's subjective. Why is it subjective? Because it's based on, and I know this is an advanced high level concept, so I probably lost some people. But a time chart closes no matter how much capital flows or what happens, it's going to close at the same time. When you have a chart that's not based on time, it closes based on other factors, and it gives you other information and data from the market. That's why you need to take you can use Renko charts. You can use range charts. You need to use another chart in your trade system that takes time out as a factor, because time is actually a limiting factor to trades. What you really care about in trading is not time. What you really care about is what happens, is momentum, does that level hold? That's what you really care about. You care about, yeah, time is a factor. You do care about whether or not it happens in a certain amount of time and everything else. But as far as of trade working out, if you were to trade every single day, if I were to tell you that price is guaranteed to get to 16,000 today, you wouldn't care if it took 1 hour or it took 4 hours. You would trade it. If I said, look, the NQ is going to get to 16,000 today, you would start buying. If you trusted me and said, hey, I believe I believe you're saying, where is it guaranteed to go? I'd say it's guaranteed to go to 16,000 here today. You probably wouldn't really care if that's going to take an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or it's going to happen in the last 15 minutes of close. If you believed me with, everything you could imagine, you would trade it with conviction and you wouldn't really care. You would just you would start buying, and you would put a sell right under 16,000 to ensure that you got filled on actually making your profit. So that's the difference between a time and a tick chart, is that a tick chart relays better information on capital flow compared to a time chart. That's not saying, in our system, you can see we use time. Sorry, I wasn't showing the trade. We're up about 20 grand. That doesn't mean that we don't use time charts. 2 of our charts are time charts, because the majority of the market uses time charts. But even then, time charts are a good representation. And as you can see in our trade system, especially with this momentum check, it provides key levels. So today, when it pulled back here to our momentum check, I was buying. You can see my entries right around the momentum check. That the control for me buying was our chart 1, the 5-minute chart. That was our control. And when I say control, whenever I enter a trade, one of our 4 charts is controlling that trade. Whether or not I should be, what's the word? Or one of the charts is in charge of that trade, is the way to look at it. That's the main deciding factor why it's even a trade. And then we look at the other charts to confirm what that control chart is telling us. So that's all I'm doing. It's real simple. I know maybe it sounds complex. All I'm doing, I'm deciding which one of these charts is the control, and then I'm trading based on the evidence that the market is revealing to me.
And I'm just looking for clues. That's all I'm doing. I really do need to make coffee. All right, this coffee maker is not my favorite. Bad boy, what you gonna do? All right, where are we at? Okay, we're still up 20K. I think we should take some off because it might stall here. I can analyze the Euro USD, so sorry, Joshua. I'll look at that here when I get back here after I made my coffee. I'm gonna take a little bit off. Might continue to roll up, obviously. I need to get a spray thing for this sink down here. That's what I need. Need to pull back more? I don't know. Let's see. So, Gordy Diaz, so do you not go for take profits? You just jump in and scalp it and you see price moves? No, I always have a profit zone. So we never trade. I never trade without answering the three Qs, the three questions, which is where is price going, where does it want to go, and how does it want to get there. So I always have a zone that I think that it's going to. But when it gets to that zone, whether or not I take profit or not, sometimes, usually what I'm doing is maybe just putting in a trailing stop. And usually, well, here's how it really works, I guess I should say. Here's how the system works. I trade it a little different because I'm obviously I not advanced. The system works where you enter a trade, and before you enter a trade, you should have 2 take profit zones already identified. And then when those 2 take profit zones are hit, you're taking profit. And then what you do, you trade in thirds.
So let's say you just do 3 lots. Before you enter a trade, as it comes to a reaction zone and you're deciding, okay, this is a pullback to momentum. I think I should, it looks like it's pulling back to momentum. Let me look for confirmation that it's holding. Okay, I got confirmation. Let me enter that trade. Well, you know that if it's pulling back, for instance, here, that this zone right here, right around 15,836, is is the zone where you would expect a reaction because it's a level on the 5-minute chart. So when it pulled back, that would be your first take profit zone. You would have a little take profit zone probably here in the middle that you might want, but really your first take profit zone would have been right here at 15,836. And then when it gets there, if it stalls but it doesn't really sell off, this is where tick charts really come into play. If you're looking at what we call our small tick chart, then what you're going to see is that the small tick chart, when it hit this level on the 5-minute chart, it never lost momentum. It never lost bias on the small tick chart. So I had trailing stops in there below that, and I actually held through this reaction zone here and held through to where we're at right now. So that's an example of, yeah, we do have take profits, of course. All right, where we at? It is pulling back. The question is, how much does it want to pull back? Does it want to pull back and do another momentum check at the fast momentum? The real one. Rex, please would answer my question. I did. Oh, thanks for clarifying. Yes, I meant in the long run, 6 months from now, I can tell that the oil price is predicting Republicans winning election. I did answer 70 question. Briggy says, hi, great trading. I am so red today. I thought it would NQ would go down and sold where you bought. Feel like I never switch the directions after a loss. And when I do, I take another loss due to chop. Yeah, you're most likely you're falling in the trap of just not predicting and then not trading with conviction. Well, you did predict, obviously, it's selling off, but then once again, that's why you've got to interpret the market through momentum and through what it's really doing, through bias and momentum. And when it disagrees with your thesis, you just can't. You really have to develop the muscle to not care when you're wrong, to not care. Really, all you care about is, can you pull capital from the market? And if you're predicting that the price is going to go down, but then it hits momentum, it hits bias, and it holds, well, do you really want to stick with your prediction, or would you rather pull capital from the market? So that's why I say defer to the chart. When you're looking to say, or when you're wondering what should I believe the chart. Trust the chart until it tells you otherwise. That's one of the things I could say. Trust the momentum and trust the bias until it tells you otherwise. And then there's always going to be a clue. Very seldom does the market just randomly just sell off. Usually it tests and then it does something. So if it's going to sell off here, we're going to see a clue. It's going to have a big alpha pay attention candle. There's going to be a pay attention candle show up on the chart. And then we'll use that pay attention candle and we can trade against it. So Briggy asks, how long did it take you to become consistently profit? It took me about 1.5 years. Have I experienced losses? Yeah, I've blown up 3 accounts before. So I've shared this before. I mean, my worst day is that I actually did pick up a monitor and throw it against the wall. I've never been really physically violent before, but trading brought that out, I guess. I'm not proud of it, but that was the last account that I blew up. And it was just stupid trading. It was dumb trading. It was me just, I don't know. I had developed a system. I've been profitable since 2017. So I've been a profitable trader since, my losses were pretty decent. So I don't remember the exact loss there. But it wasn't a fun loss, put it that way. It wasn't, well, no losses are fun, but I mean, it's just, the problem is, or not the problem, I could see what I was doing in real time. And I was in this heavy emotional state of wishing. I was wishing for, I don't even know what the term I would use. I guess I was wishing for the chart to go in a certain direction. And for some reason, I couldn't stop myself. And part of it came back from I was doing good. I think the day that it happened, I was doing good in like the first half hour of the market. And I was like, I probably should just, it was a Friday. I was like, I probably should just call it a day. I usually don't, but yeah, I wasn't really feeling like trading, or really, I wasn't interested in trading that day as far as really focused. But I was up, and then one trade went against me, and then that kind of just set me off. And then I got into this like revenge trading mode, and yeah. But that's why, with this, yeah. So you said my biggest thing is I traded with money that I know business trading and not knowing what you're doing. Yeah. No, I mean, I didn't sleep for a couple days. I didn't, I just didn't. It's tough to recover from. So I get it. I've been there. It's the only way to recover from that is that first up, you have to realize are you a trader? Meaning you're not going to do anything else. This is what you've decided to do, and you're going to figure it out. So that's the first thing. You have to make the commitment that you're going to figure it out. The next thing you have to do is really say, okay, do I really have a trading system here? Do I really have an edge? And by the time I did have a trading system, but I wasn't following it, and I wasn't being disciplined with my trade system. So I was trading that day that I blew my account. I was trading against my system like an idiot. And I knew better. So, that's the, and so what you really have to do is you just have to focus, and you have to get to simplicity. And that's what I really decided to do. I've told the story before. I mean, I decided that, yeah, I am. And I'm going to just have utter focus on developing the edge and not breaking the rules of my system. So I'll talk more of that. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for coffee. So give me a second. Oh man, it's still there. It goes. It continues to move up. Look at that. Just can't be stopped on the long side, can it? Well, we're at 870. So now it's just a matter, is it going to overshoot? It does look like it's going to overshoot. So I'm going to take some off here on this overshoot here. Remember, we got the high from yesterday. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that high from yesterday breached yet? No. High from yesterday is right around 907. So we'll let it see if it wants to breach the high. Typically on a high, you want to see it exceed the high, and then basically you could sell it for probably a quick scalp is one way to play that.
Still moving. All right. Really wants to go after that high. Really wants to go after that high. Yeah. I wouldn't sell unless there's a clue here. But I'm going to take some off just to maximize some of the profit. Because we are at a reaction zone. It could turn anywhere here. It could also rip past the high, but I do want to be a seller up there. So GC looks like it's going for 80 spot 58. So it looks like it's actually making its move up. See if we can get picked up on a pullback here on CL. Sorry, CL. CL looks like it's going to 80 spot 63. So we'll maybe trade that, or not maybe, I'm trading that. Could buy this pullback if you really wanted to, if you wanted to get aggressive, but I wouldn't buy it. Not near this high, but it does look like it wants to push above the high. So there might be, if you weren't in a trade, but you just got to make sure that you pick your spot right. The best spot is to call the bluff on probably down to 856. So buy below the level at 859. And maybe if I get taken out of this trade completely, maybe I will do that. There we are. We're up. Not a bad day today. So far up 26,882. So not a bad day. Sorry, 26. All right, I gotta go get the coffee. I'll be right back.
Order filled.
at that thing still moving. Can't be stopped.
Order filled.
Look at that thing. Cannot be stopped. On the long side. How do you integrate TradingView with which platform? I use Tradeovate. That's the broker you're seeing me use. And then I'm moving over to what's called Sierra Chart. The chart book, our first chart book will be released here shortly. I just had to, I've had experience obviously with software and stuff. And one of the things that I did not want to do is design a system for the chart books and the indicators that for Sierra Chart that we're creating. That would be a mess. And I was going down the road of creating kind of a management mess by creating 2 chart books and a few other things. So we stopped that and went with 1 chart book, and then provided options on how, with different resolutions and stuff, you make it look better. So we were just overdoing it a bit. I would anticipate, based on what we're seeing here, that it's probably going to go up to maybe 940, 945, 945 or so. If it impulses. What I do need to see is what does the chart 4 tell us? Let's look at chart 4. Let's see if we can go back in chart 4 and see what the level is in chart 4. So the level in chart 4, the next strong level is 898. That's the next level. Well, that's a given. What's the next level after that? That's what I meant. So the next level after that is right around 997. There is another one above that, but there's nothing really. There's no real other level between there and here. There might be another level right around 960. So 960 is another zone. I would consider that a weak level where we're at, but 960. So anywhere 940 above to me is shortable at this given time. Yeah. Keep in mind, it's an easy early fade, shortable above there. So for those that are wondering, there's only 2 types of trades that exist in trading. There's a momentum trade where you're trading with momentum, and then there's a fade trade where you're fading momentum. There's only 2 types of trades. You should always know what type of trade you're doing. But there's only 2 types of trades. That's all you have to worry about. Just 2. And then you just need to know, am I trading with momentum and bias, or am I trading against momentum and bias? Fade trades are hard to do. They're harder to do. Oh man.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
There we are. We're in 6 lots in CL. Let's see if that holds up. So I do have something that I don't know. I wasn't going to really mention this, but yesterday I think Rex had a stroke. I think we don't know yet. I got to take him to the doctor later on today. But we were out at this fountain, kind of out and about, chilling, and he just started yelping. I mean, in pain, like, and then he started just lasted for like 7 to 8 seconds. He's just yelping and yelping and in pain and in pain. And he was just sitting there. And then his body completely straightened up and got stiff. And then he pissed. And then he passed out for like 2 to 3 seconds. I thought he was dead. I really did. I thought, well, I guess I'll try to do CPR on him. I know how to do. I know how to I don't know. I've looked at and kind of seen how to do dog CPR and everything else. So I have an idea about it. I mean, I've never done it. So, but yeah. And then he woke up within a second, but he's been kind of lethargic, and I guess he's doing okay. But yeah, so that was pretty. Not really ready for him to go. So he is an older dog. I mean, he's 13 or 14. So yeah, that wasn't a great thing to experience. I mean, it never is. Anything around death and dying is never a great. I mean, it's typically not a great thing to experience, right? So I'll be taking him to the doctor here in a little bit, or after the market closes. It's the quickest we could get him in to see the doctor. He'll be down here with me in a little bit, chilling, because my significant other has stuff she's doing today. Usually he wants to hang out with her. All right, Xander. So Xander asked, going to start. So is that free series on our website? Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious too. Thanks. I appreciate it, Briggy. In your experience, are fade trades more profitable than momentum? Cav? No. My experience, momentum trades are more profitable. Why? Because you're going with momentum. And fade trades are harder to do. Here's the thing with fade trades. Why people love to fade is because I think it makes you feel like it actually, on fade trades, you can make profit really quickly, because typically those fade moves, if you catch them, the profit comes quick. But if you've heard the term catching a falling knife, that's really what you're doing with fade trading. Well, no, you're not really. A fade trade really is a reversion trade, reversion to the mean trade. Typically, because a fade trade is the best fade trades are very uncomfortable to trade, because the best fade trade entries are, you have to really understand that, hey, we're pretty far from the momentum and the bias indicators. And there's a high probability that the market's going to pull back. Now, the problem is, and anybody that's traded, sometimes the market pulls back right away. Sometimes it takes longer to pull back than is comfortable. So to be a good fade trader, you really be a good fade trader, you really have to pick your spots,
Order filled.
and you can't be stubborn. You know, I've had 2 losing days in the last couple years, 2 red days, and the 2 red days that I've had were documented. That happened live streams, and both of those 2 red days that I had. So I haven't had a red day in over 3 years, and then I had 2 red days in a short period of time because I got arrogant and I got aggressive with fade trading. That's why the fade trades actually are where I had my red days. Other than that, I don't have red days. Where is that? Oh, wait. I think is that. I don't think that's protected. Sorry.
Order filled.
What we get filled on? I'm being a little bit stubborn here, maybe. All right. So we did get a pullback there. That is the reaction. So that was an early reaction, not tapping the actual high. So now you could trade like I am here, which is basically the problem is that we're pretty far extended from the other momentum indicator. So you really got this level here that you could use in the 5-minute chart. And then you don't want to get too aggressive on the long because we're at a high. So thanks, Jules Helm. Yeah, no, I'll update everybody probably over the weekend on what's up with Rex. So hopefully he's, it's nothing serious, but that's life, I guess, right? Waiting to see if this CL trade's going to work out in our favor. Did a strong level test or weak level test there. That's what we're trading off. That's the second chart on the upper right that you see. Right now we're down about 300-400. Maybe we'll get to profit. Want to see it right now on chart 2. It's not. It's trying to recapture momentum and bias, and that's really what we're waiting for in that chart. Yeah. So Lance said, I grew my small account 50% this week. Then for some reason today, I kept fading the market, trying to catch the short, gave it all back. Yeah, that's the thing. When when you can convince yourself that a trade exists, it's really easy to convince yourself that, hey, it's overextended. It's guaranteed to pull back here. What I found anyways, in my personal trading journey and trading is that I was usually right. It usually did pull back. I just was wrong on the timing, or it went a little bit further than I anticipated and I just didn't scale in properly. So, but I was generally right on the direction, but I didn't manage the trade accordingly. And I didn't manage the trade by managing my thinking on time and giving it enough time and really reading what's actually happening here. And then also sometimes I didn't. The other thing that would happen is well, and I just didn't scale in properly, or that would be a big thing. Is that I believe you should always expect for an overshoot. This is what I teach in the training. In the training, I teach specifically how to look at overshoots, where to look for overshoots, what overshoots mean. I teach a concept called intention, which tells you where the market's most likely going to go based on overshoots. I teach that you should look at rejection not as actual rejection. Most people look at candles and say, okay, well, this bottom part is rejection. You should look at that, as rejection, but it actually is more clues depending on where it's at. Where this is at right now, it's no clues. But like, for instance, this rejection here was intention. It was showing that the market wanted to go up. So you should come up with clues, obviously, that help you identify those areas of a chart where there's intention, and expect an overshoot. One of the best things that you could do is always expect maybe price to go farther, much farther than what you expect. I found that that's one of the best ways to do that or one of the best ways to actually trade is have an expectation. If you're good at predicting your zones, then obviously don't do this. But if you're consistently maybe staying in, maybe you're right on direction, but then the trade that you execute, or that you have to stick with trades a little bit longer for them to work out, or you have to scale in a little bit. Well, start developing the habit and start changing slightly. Okay, here's where I would typically add, or here's where I would typically enter. Let me go 10 ticks above. And do this intentionally. Don't just come up with some kind of random thing. What I mean is do it intentionally, as far as, okay, this is where I typically enter for today. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to enter where I typically enter. I'm going to then add 10 ticks to it, and then that's where I'll enter. Don't just do it once or do it twice. You have to have at least, on any change in strategy, you need at least 50 to 75 instances of you changing the strategy to see whether or not you have anything that is worthwhile. That's really the key of what you really need to be doing. So now we do have to be careful here if we're buying this pullback, because it could just sell off here pretty deep. So right now we're arguing with the chart. So I'm not going to argue with the chart anymore. I'm going to sell it. I should have sold it earlier because it does look like it's going to pull back deeper. So we're going to get into a sell mode on the NQ. Maybe it's going to go down to our momentum check again. It might go down as far as 828, do an OR, opening range high test. So now we're selling. We're long on CL oil. So let's see what the comment was. I think when you have pressure to make money after losing so much in the past, it messes with your mind. Yeah. No, it does. But that's why you have to get up every day or every session, and you have to forget about what happened before and focus on trading your system and focus on just doing good trades. That's the best thing to do, is just focus on doing good trades. Your journal should say, I was trading good today or not trading good today. You should have a score, or you should rate yourself. I like to use an A through F standard grading system. So you should grade yourself. Now, this did pull back on chart 4. So we do need to be a little careful that maybe that's all the pullback and maybe we don't want to short this, but I think it, yeah. So Briggy says, my loss today wiped out my whole week, devastated. See, that's a key example of, I was in that pattern for a while too, where I would have a series of good days and then one day I would wipe it all out. There's two two ways to solve that. Number one, you probably traded too heavy. You probably traded at size that you were trading at too heavy a size at the zone you were at instead of just grinding it out. So focus on really the grind is really the key. Trading is typically about the grind. That's why what I teach in my training and what I teach in the system is to take profits in thirds. And the reason why I teach to take profits in thirds is because it deals with that behavior of taking profits too quickly. But what you're really doing when you're taking profits in thirds is you're grinding it out. Because what ends up happening is that you enter a position and you take your profit 1, you take your profit 2, and you got a little bit of profit there. And then you think, okay, I'm going to put a trailing stop on my runner, and you're hoping that runner just continues. But when what happens is that sometimes the runner, you get knocked out and you only get a little bit of profit, and that could happen 5 or 6 times in a row. And that's where you're just grinding it out. But through the process, you're taking focused profits along the way at your take profit zones, and you're just slowly building your account. And then one trade will have a runner, and that's where your net equity starts really kind of doing the hockey stick, because you're grinding. Okay, there's 5 trades there. I'm just grinding this out. All right, now I caught the runner, and then that's where you have the equity growth. Now that's where you wish, whoa, I wish I was in all these. I wish I was in all the position size I was with, or I wish I was in the full position size, but you just can't. I know some traders trade that way. I know there's a few traders that trade that way. I think Trader Tom, that dude, doesn't Trader Tom trade that way? I think Trader Tom, he trades basically, he enters, the trade either works out or not, and he sticks with it. I think that's the way Trader Tom trades. Where basically he says, hey, here's the trade I'm executing. I'm in it, and it's either going to work out or not. He'll let it go against him. I believe when I went through his stuff and everything else, that's the way he trades. So there is people that trade that way. I just think it doesn't make sense for most people, and it doesn't make sense for me. Now, this is where, are we arguing with this pullback here? I might be arguing with this pullback, but I'm going to give it a little bit more. Going to expect it to fail at this next key level. Maybe we'll get picked up there. We'll see. Not getting too aggressive yet.
Order filled.
Ah. All right, now it needs to fail right here. Otherwise, I need to get out of this trade. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Burn said, add hard and never take profit, Trader Tom. But works well for him. Yeah, I like him too. He's one of the few, I'd say, out there that I would say his advice is, but once again, his style is much different than what I teach and what I do. His style is, he has a lot of good mindset stuff, and he's spot on with mindset, but I couldn't trade his style. I don't like, I do believe in the add hard. I do believe in the, basically, if you see it, go, but he doesn't have, from what I remember going through his stuff, the trade either works out or doesn't, and he'll let a trade go against him quite a bit before maybe he would even get out, because he still has the target and he has conviction in where it's going, the direction of the market. I kind of like to grind it out and take profit along the way. Every time I do trade more of that style or his style, it gets me in trouble because I get a little too stubborn, and I size up probably a little bit more than I should on trades that I shouldn't size up on. All right. Well, is it going to follow through? And it's probably going to tap that next level. So, yeah, I probably need to either reverse here because the momentum did reverse.
Order filled.
Yeah. So it's just now will the momentum hold on and hold on chart 2?
Order filled.
There we go. Yeah, I should have stayed with that short. I'm kind of in a no trade zone here, so I should just stay out of the market here.
Order filled.
Is it going to hold the RDA on chart 2?
Order filled.
Added to CL. Let's see if this... It's going to then try to continue the momentum there in that red candle, or in that green candle on the 5-minute, obviously.
Order
That's
filled.
what it's trying to do. So I could look at the news today briefly and just see what's going on. Make sure nothing's blowing up. Any other questions anybody has? Oh, someone wanted me to look at the Euro USD, so I will look at that. So sorry, I didn't get to that. We'll look at that here in a second. I don't see anything on the news that really is normal or outside of the norm. No clues to anything that's happening. It's holding the momentum. I need to decide, do I want to stick with this short? Do I want to reverse? So 1 second. 1 second here. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. There we go. Just had to talk. Buddy, you doing all right? Why you? Just relax. Just relax. Okay. You just sit down here. There you go. Whoa. Yeah, I reversed there, by the way. I was short, but then I reversed to long. And then added to the trade just because it looked like it's going to go take out the high now. So that was after, well, chart 2 was holding momentum and bias, and I didn't want to argue with it anymore. So see if it holds. So it could fail here too. So we've got to be careful that we're at a failure point. So we can't be too stubborn with the move up. Here, buddy. Why don't I put you over here? Just sit there. You just relax. Well, we'll see. We do expect a reaction, obviously, at that level in the 5 minutes. So it's just a matter of will it exceed it? It does look like it wants an impulse. Like I said, the 940 to 960 zone is what we're looking for a target now. Now that it hit our 887 target, but we'll see.
Order filled.
All right, we're in a conversation here. All right, let me check the messages and make sure there's no thing here I need to respond to as far as people. I'm waiting for this trade to roll out. Once again, if you're new here, you want to join trading or you want to join Discord down below, you'll see a link on TradingView that says join my Discord. Click that, or in the description, wherever you're watching, you'll definitely want to actually join Discord. That's where the best stuff happens, where I share charts, updates. Probably do need to do a Bitcoin update, actually. I haven't done a Bitcoin update, mainly because nothing's changed from my last analysis. See, I'm not one person that needs to consistently talk about things because I do analysis, and then that analysis is what I trade. And if something changes, then I do an update. But other than that, pretty much my last analysis is what I'm trading. So Bitcoin is a prime example. I shared an analysis on Bitcoin maybe a month and a half ago or a month ago. Nothing's changed as far as that analysis. I don't really need to update it. I do look at the chart every day. I do confirm, like for now, if we look at Bitcoin and we see what is the chart telling us today,
Well, what do we see? It did an RDA check. It's holding the RDA check, but one of the concerning things is basically we've switched momentum, and now we're in a momentum short environment. So until it recaptures momentum, there's a higher probability that it's going to go to the downside, at least test one of these liquidity levels down here, if you want to call it that, then go up. Now, what could change that? Obviously, we do have a 4-day key level here right around 28,601. So that's the number one level. This has been the level. Actually, the level I mentioned before was 28,240, but that hasn't changed, and it hasn't changed since June 23rd. June 23rd, I outlined that level, and it hasn't changed. So there's nothing really new on Bitcoin, other than maybe the 60-minute is changing over. So that would be a positive. That'd be a positive on Bitcoin for it to actually roll over and go to the next phase up. It's a decent house in Tampa. What's up, buddy? You're worrying me the way you're shaking. Oh, there you go. I'm not in Tampa. I'm looking in Tampa. Possibly. I'm looking at houses in Tampa. I don't really like Tampa, but there's other reasons for me looking in Tampa. I do like Tampa, but I also don't like Tampa, I guess is the word. Is it just okay? The reason why I'm not going to get into discussion about Tampa, but I like Tampa because there is quite a bit of decent stuff, food. Anything you really need to do is around Tampa. But I also don't like Tampa because it just feels like a big swath of people everywhere. And it feels like every road is a 4-lane nightmare to drive on, I guess is the term I would use. But it is nice. I will say it is nice down there. So on our trip, we looked at areas: Panama City Beach, Tampa, Lido Beach. We looked at Lido Beach. I'm talking Florida. I really do like if you go about an hour north of Miami, I like the beaches up there and the areas up there. So I do like, I just don't like Miami. I like Miami. I like to visit Miami. I just would have no interest in living in Miami.
Stop filled.
No, Dr. Trading. So here's the thing. The Sierra chart for, oh, sorry. The Sierra chart book hasn't been released yet. Oh, sorry.
okay, buddy? You all right? Sure, worrying me, man. Little homie. Wait, what? How did I get on the wrong side of that train? Oh,
Order filled. Order filled.
yeah. So someone said, self-adapt said Palm Beach is way too far north. I think the benefit there, and this is just only, and this is by someone that I talked to that lived there, is that if you need to get out, Florida because of hurricanes or whatever else, you're already north and you have multiple places you can go. Where if you're deeper south in Florida, you're in Florida for 7 to 8 hours still trying to get out of Florida. So, but I've never lived there, so I don't know how relevant. I mean, I believe the person that told me, but I've never lived there, so I don't know how often that would be a case for whether or not, we would leave or whatever else, right? So, but because I mean, where I live, we have winters, we have full 4 seasons, and but we don't generally have to leave somewhere because a hurricane's coming. No, we never have to leave somewhere because a hurricane's coming. It's just we just have to deal with extreme cold and extreme hot. Like yesterday, it was like 98 degrees and humid, which is, for Florida. But our summers are nice, but sometimes they can get humid and hot. And then our winters, sometimes we could be at negative 15 for a couple days and snow on the ground for a couple months. So I'll just share why we're looking at Florida is number one, it's great to just leave the house and not have to put on boots and coats. But when you have health issues and everything else, being in a cold environment, somewhere that has snow and ice and everything just sucks. It just utterly sucks. And I don't care if you have everything taken care of as far as snow removal and everything else, it still just sucks. Just, so that's one of the reasons why. Plus, we've lived in this area for a while, and when you move to a new area, I'm shorting this. I'm expecting maybe a deeper pullback here. We do the 3 hours, the market just closed. If you do look at the 1 hour time frame on the NDX, you could make a case for some weakness there. It didn't fully do the gap fill, if you would consider that a gap, which I would consider that a gap. So it didn't fully do the gap fill. So that's something to consider there. Now it's just a matter of is it going to sell off or rip up? It's kind of on the bubble right now. What's that, buddy? Why don't you lay down? Why don't you get more comfortable? I want you to get more comfortable, Rex. Rex is chilling on my lap, but he doesn't seem like he really wants to be.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Start trading in 5s. So I'm in the upper Midwest of the United States. That's where I'm currently at.
Order filled.
Okay, I think it's gonna. It feels like it's gonna sell
Order
off,
filled.
so I think that's what we're gonna trade. There we go. I would be suspect of any rip up at this point based on what I'm seeing, but we'll see. Just relax, buddy. I don't know why you're freaking out. You suspect. Yeah, Wisconsin has killer Bloody Marys. They look like whole meal. Yeah, because to live in Wisconsin, you have to actually basically be drunk half the time. That's why. The only way to survive living in Wisconsin is to be pretty much drunk the majority of the time. It's my personal view. You're either drunk or you have a food, or you're in a food coma from eating all the cheese curds. So you only have two states when you're in Wisconsin. You're either drunk because you live in Wisconsin, or you're in a food coma because you just ate a bucket of cheese curds. That's really the only two states you are when you're in Wisconsin. And if you're a good old boy or good old girl, you're out hunting every now and then, out there in a snowmobile, out there in a four-wheeler. You know, that's the other state. You're on a four-wheeler. You're in some kind of thing on a going fast on a lake or something. Those are really the three states that you're in Wisconsin. In my personal experience, like you said, self-adjusting. Yeah, so on our trip down, talking about food, you can find good food almost in any city nowadays if you just get good at kind of figuring out how to read reviews. And so we stopped in Hannibal, which is where Mark Twain, which they really make it obvious that Mark Twain lived there, because pretty much everything is named to Mark Twain. There's the Mark Twain coffee shop, there's the Mark Twain cafe, Mark Twain Boulevard. And then the other person that came from there is that chick in that lady in Titanic, the oil, I think it was oil, the American rich lady that, if you've seen the movie Titanic, where she kind of befriended Jack, I think Jack was his name. Yeah. That's the other person from that. Anyways, we were just driving down to Florida and we were like, oh, what's a good place to stop? We were kind of sick of driving. And I saw the next city that was on that looked decent, that looked like it had decent food, was Hannibal. So we stayed a night in Hannibal. Is it Hannibal, Missouri? I think it's Missouri. So it's slow grinding down. I want to see it actually. Probably, I'm targeting the 15830 on this short. So I'm holding out for 15830. I'd like to see that. That doesn't mean that I'm going to argue with the chart. Right now, chart 2 has switched over. I wish I could share images on TradingView. I know I can share it on YouTube and stuff, but I wish I could share it on TradingView, but meaning images of my chart and stuff. That's why I suggest you because in Discord, for instance, I'll share my chart constantly. I mean, not constantly, but consistently, I'll share charts. So for instance, here in Discord, on the actual NDX NQ channel on Discord, I'm sharing my chart. My entry, now we are pulling back. That's what I'm looking to do. So we'll see here.
Order filled.
All right, now you got to be very careful with this trade because I'm really calling the bluff that actually I'm saying it's going to roll over here. That's the pattern I'm trading. One of the things that we have in our training that I'm very proud of, and I want to add to, which I'm working on adding to, is we have a pattern library. That pattern library, what it does is it goes through trading patterns, Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 patterns in the pattern library. I want to get up to like 10 to 12. I don't think, not that I want to get up to. There are 10 to 12 patterns that I think you need to recognize in charts that you can trade. I don't think there are any more than that. I think if you recognize, so for instance, just so you know, changeover patterns. That's when the chart is changing over in momentum. We have a failure and false break pattern. That's when it's failing to move in a direction and it's a false break. We have flag patterns. That's a kind of common standard pattern. We have level check patterns. This is when the market's going to a key level and it's checking it. Well, there's a pattern that you can trade. We have RDA bias checks, and then we have momentum checks. That one I'm working on finalizing here. We saw a momentum check earlier in the market. We're hitting another momentum check now. And then we have a stair step pattern. A stair step pattern, what it does is a pattern that looks like a series of stairs. And you see this on both sides of the market. So we're seeing a potential stair step pattern unfold here on the 5-minute chart on the short side. That's one of the patterns that I'm trading here. So I'm not just willy-nilly just saying, hey, I think this. I'm trading. The system tells me what's the highest probability upside level that I should look at, what's the highest probability downside level. And then on top of that, then I'm looking at patterns to say, okay, what pattern is unfolding here in the chart? Right now, one of the patterns that I possibly see unfolding is a minor stair step pattern. And that's what I'm trading on the short side. So that's what you see. That's what you see unfolding on the chart as we speak. It's being very stubborn about selling off, though. So I just need to be mindful of that. It might just rip up, and then I just have to probably say, okay, well, I traded that wrong. So I am taking risk here. I mean, obviously, you're taking risk in every trade, but I don't have the best entry. I would have preferred to be short above, so I had a little bit of more room here. So our podcast intro came back yesterday. We're happy with it. I think might be a minor change I might want to make to it, but we're happy with it. And then we've got one show in the can. We want to get a couple shows ahead just so that we're not consistently trying to create shows on a weekly basis for the podcast. And we'll be revealing that when we get about 4 or 5 shows ahead, maybe 6 shows ahead. And then if you're an alpha and you're listening to this, and we'll discuss this more, but if you'd be open to being interviewed, listen to the show a couple times and then get a understanding. But one of the things we'd like to do is just interview alphas. It's more not an interview. It's more a conversation. That's a better way to say it. We'd like to have conversation with alphas, with our alpha members, and just conversation about trading, conversation about maybe your challenges, your journey, and then how we can have breakthroughs, how we can continue to have breakthroughs, some of the challenges you might be having, and then how we can break through that. There we go. So I think we're starting to see the sell-off. So now it's just a matter of, is it going to sell off deep? So now it's time to start putting some trailing stops in the market and either get taken out because of volatility. So here, it needs to sell off here, though. It can't hold that level because now it's checking. That's a momentum check. So we do expect a reaction there. So we do expect a reaction. We'll see if that actually holds up. I'm heavy. I'm like I said, the entry is not the best for a fade trade here. Not the best fade trade entry. And now I have to one thing I got to be mindful of here in this trade, and this is things you should be thinking in your head, is that should I have reversed there? Should I be trading momentum instead of fading it? Whenever you're fading, you should always be asking yourself, should I be should I be trading momentum instead of fading? That's one thing you should always be asking yourself. There we go. Now it's the chart 2 is clearly momentum and bias short. So we should not see anything that should deviate that. And really our key level there is 872 spot 25. Self-adapt. Should I fade or should I mom? Yeah, I guess we, maybe as we get further along, as we grow, maybe we'll start employing musical artists. For those that don't know, or maybe haven't heard, or I haven't mentioned this before. So I used to own a record label way back in the day. I sold it. It was a rap, primarily rap. I had primary rap artists, a couple R&B artists, and then we had one death metal band. I know it's odd. So we had, I'd say, I was up to 12 rap groups. And then we had 2 R&B singers, and then we had 1 death metal band. And it was a German death metal band. So if you know anything, about death metal, well, 2 of them were German, 2 of them were Swedish. So if you know anything about death metal, the European death metal bands are much different beasts than the American death metal bands. I mean, we could go down. And then one of the strengths I had is that I was based in Europe. So I wish I was smart enough back then, because I would have made it wildly successful instead of just somewhat successful. It's always that if I had the knowledge today, the competitive advantage we had is that we were early over in Europe, and I had American rappers, and we were based in Europe. So we could just make money. We could go to any town almost in Europe and open up venues, or fill venues, small venues, not like huge venues, but smaller venues, make money, make good cash. And all we had to do is say we were actually American rappers from Detroit or whatever. And just that alone back there, that was around the 2000s, the late 90s. Back then, that was kind of rare. I mean, it was happening, but it was rare for kind of like a inner city rap crew to be touring Europe. And it was authenticity that the European market didn't have on a core level. So maybe we'll start up a Rex Dog record label. Rex Dog Music. All right, well. No, you can't do it. So Briggy said you can't trade. So one of the things is, you can't trade my style sometimes, or you can't trade the way you see me trade with a small account. So, obviously I trade different because I have a capital level. I'm still not even I'm not even getting near touching how much I could trade this right now if I wanted to. So that's one thing to keep in mind is, of course, you can't trade a smaller account. And I do need to, so with my nephew, he's going to be starting with a $3,000 live capital account. You'll see how to trade a smaller account because he's going to grow that smaller account. And that would be the strategy that I would follow because he's adopting the Rexdog system, making it his own. That's one thing that I will share with anybody that's looking to do any trading. And maybe you're interested in my trade system, or you're interested in joining my training. Look, right now, until we increase the price, it's $997, one-time fee. We'll be increasing the price here pretty drastically, right around $5,000 once we get a few things in place. But what I'll share is that one of the things I share early on in that, and I consistently talk about, is that you just can't trade the system out of the box. What you have to do is you have to adopt the system to your trading style, to your personality. You can't trade another person's system. Any system you're looking at, I don't care if you're just, maybe you're looking at someone else's system and you're considering, hey, I really like the way their trade style is. I like their teaching style, and I like so I'm considering buying their training and using their indicators. Well, one of the things you need to go into that, and if they don't tell you this, either they're not smart enough to understand it, or they don't care, but you can't just take that system off the shelf and trade it. You have to look at it from the perspective of, okay, this is a blueprint on how to trade the market. It gets me 80% there, but that last 20% is really important. That last 20% is the difference between profit and losing. That last 20%. You can have a very strong system, but if it isn't adapted to your trade style, how you trade, your psychology, your capital level. I mean, well, the trade system, the Rexdog trade system doesn't matter on capital level, but you still have to understand risk management, and you still have to trade your capital level accordingly, regardless of what trade system you adopt. So, but very few, I know this because I spent over $30,000, $40,000 on training when I was learning to trade. Very few systems actually go into this level of detail of like, okay, here's how you adapt the system here's how you adapt this system, and here's how you modify it to you. So for those that are in the training, I'm going to reveal something. I'm sure I've shared this before. The way that I approach my training modules and my training videos is agnostic to a system, except when we get into talking about the specific indicators and how we use the system. Other than that, generally, what I'm teaching you is I'm teaching you how to look at the market. I'm teaching you how to interpret the market. And I'm teaching you from a level that is not dependent on the Rexdog indicators. Sometimes it is, but you'll notice what I say is I don't say the indicator name. I say fast momentum indicator. I say slow momentum indicator. I say bias indicator. I mean, sometimes I say the RDA, right? But when I talk about the bias indicator, what do I say? I say you need to have a bias indicator. I say you need to have a momentum indicator. Now, the system that you're learning, these are the momentum indicators. But I do that intentionally because in the future, we might find that one of our momentum indicators doesn't work. But fundamentally, you still need a fast and a slow momentum indicator. You need two indicators to read momentum because you need to understand what's happening on a fast lane type of level. Like for now, we are doing a momentum check here. We are looking at the OR high of 831 as our target. But you need to understand what's happening on a fast level in the market and a slow level. That's why we have two momentum indicators. We have a fast and a slow. You only need one bias indicator or two if you want to combine them and they never argue with each other. Two, meaning that when you look at a chart within 3 seconds, not 3 minutes, 3 seconds, you should know whether or not that chart is bias long or bias short. And you should see how far the chart is from your bias indicator. That's the RDA. We use the RDA for that. So for instance, we're pretty far extended from the RDA. We're expecting an RDA check here possibly. That's one thing I might be trading off of. I am trading off of. So let's add our trailing stops here so we can't lose. There we go. Not a bad trade here. It's unfolding. And then we'll put our 5 here. Looking for an RDA check maybe right around 814. We'll see. So I'd love any comments or anything else, people that are listening. Does it help when I share kind of these insights into the market and trading systems and everything else, or should I just stick to straight up telling you what I'm trading and calling it out and everything else? I'd love to hear feedback on that. We're at least watching for the OR right around 829. OR high is what we're watching for.
Stop filled.
Taking some profit. You okay, buddy? Oh, thanks. So you did say, hey, it helps a lot. So I appreciate it. You know, for me, it's just, I have a greater why I do what we do. I would be trading regardless. So if I didn't have this group, I'd still be trading. But I do get some, it is nice. So thanks, Jules. Jules Helm said everything you're sharing is very helpful, useful. And then RCAV06 said it helps a lot. I try not to overdo it. I try to focus on, okay, here's also the trading, but here's also how to think about this. Here's how to think about the market. And then Marcus said, sharing the insights, telling the story and experiences is invaluable. Yeah, I'm working on a video for more audio, but a video for those that are interested in my journey and how I got here. And I'm outlining it so I don't go down tangents or anything. But that way for someone, it's going to be however long it is, and it's going to be detailed. And obviously the only people that are watching it are people that are really interested. So I'm just creating it for the people that are really interested. So maybe you are considering kind of joining the Rexdog system, becoming an alpha, but you want to know a little bit more. Well, how did you get here? How did you build this? How did you create everything? And what was your path? What was your journey? Maybe some people are interested in that, or, but I also I don't want to make it just, hey, here's my story. I'd like to also, why it's taking longer is I could probably just throw on a mic and do that. But I also want to more combine it and say, hey, so here's at this point, but here's what I learned here. And here's a lesson that you can learn from this, as opposed to just saying, hey, here's like, when I threw the monitor against the wall. Now, I probably should say, when you're throwing a monitor, the best way to do it is you want to pick it up from this angle. So I want to share tips specifically around trading 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 throughout that, without going too much about sharing tips, but just pointed things that I learned. So that maybe you don't have to go through it, or maybe you're going through something similar. And how did I overcome it? That's also why I'm putting the final touches on the mindset book. My mindset book's going to be different than the other mindset books out there, because most of the mindset books out there, they give you like these little tips and advice on what to do. And they're kind of wishy-washy on whether or not, like, here's how to solve over trading, or here's how to solve revenge trading. Here's what revenge trading is. Here's why it happens. And then here's some tools to solve it. My book is very different. My book is there's only X amount of challenges you have in trading, and here's precisely how to solve each one of them. There's no other answer. So with a book like that, I have to make sure that I'm not BSing any of it, meaning and not just BSing, but if I'm going to be declarative about this is the only way to solve revenge trading, for instance, if this was a topic that I covered, then I need to make sure that that is the only way. And philosophically, there's no other way that works better. So that's where I see the hole in the market as far as mindset books, is that mindset books, when you read a mindset book, there's so much information in there and you're so overwhelmed, you don't even know where to start. With my book, I wanted to be very clear. Here's where you start and here's where you end. And here's how to solve this. And this is the answer. Not here's 40 different exercises you need to go through because you read this 300-page book that gave you 40 different exercises and you don't even know where to start and you're overwhelmed.
Stop, Phil.
That's the biggest challenges I've seen with most mindset books is they just overwhelm the reader. All right. Well, I think we'll continue. If we get knocked out here, we'll continue to sell up to 866 spot 25 on the NQ. I think we could buy some of the CL.
Order Phil.
So we're buying the CL. I think the CL is probably going to maybe move up, maybe. We'll see. GC is at a momentum check. The real one, do you think the market started a new cycle to the upside? No. Because if you look at the chart, we've been on the upside. I mean, let's just look at, it hasn't started a new cycle. If we go to the NQ, it started a cycle to the upside. Well, the first sign of it was January 2023, specifically Thursday, or specifically Friday the 20th, January 2023. When did it confirm it? It confirmed it right here. This is when it recaptured the RDA. It recaptured momentum shortly thereafter. This whole zone here, so February 23 to all the way March 23 is when the market recaptured long bias and long momentum. And since then, it's been long bias and long momentum. So every pullback since then, you should have been operating from the perspective that there's more buy side probability than there is sell side probability. Doesn't mean that there wasn't good selling here and wasn't good fade trades. There was. But from this point in time, when the confirmation came from a changeover, look at this. Sold off momentum and bias, changeover pattern. This is in our pattern library. Changeover pattern. And I'll answer the question. When trading swinger longer time trades, do you use tick charts? Yes, I do. And then here it recaptured the mix 200, recaptured RDA, recaptured momentum and bias. Since March 23rd of this year, or specifically, since 14 March 2023 in the NQ, you had no business expecting the market to sell off. There was no clue that there was more probability of a sell-off than a continual momentum to the upside. Momentum or P&L today so far is 176, sorry. And we have open profit here of about 19 grand, which is not bad. So we do have open profit here of about 15 grand. We do have a couple. I do like to welcome, if you are watching, we got a couple new alphas that joined yesterday. So good to have you guys on board. Or you, not guys, but good to have y'all on board. Don't know if you're guys or not. So good to have y'all on board. I sent over everything on the overview. Now, RCAV06, when trading swinger long time trades, do you use tick charts? Yes, I do, where it's available. You know, one of TradingView's things that they keep saying that they're going to add is tick charts or order flow or whatever. I don't know. Who knows if they're going to add it or not? But they should. But we are working on, and this is kind of me testing right now. So we're working on, there's going to be an official 4 chart setup for TradingView, which are the charts available for TradingView. And one of them that we're testing is Renko, and then we're testing point and click. So I think I've officially decided on what chart 2 is going to be. I think it's a range chart. We're not quite sure. But look at that CL trade. So I traded that in the exact right area. So I only went 3 lots with that. I should have went more. So we're up about $630 on the CL trade. That's oil. But we're deciding between, I think what we might do is I might be able to do a derivative. Is I think we might have a 4 chart layout that would be a combination of, because here's the thing. If we mix up Renko and we mix up other charts, it's deviating too much. So I think what we're going to have is we're going to have a combination of 2 time charts and 2 Renko charts. And then those Renko charts are our capital flow charts. So the middle chart that you see here is a Renko chart. And then we'll be trading Renko patterns. And then we'll define what the Renko charts should be set at in the 4 chart setup. One of the things that we need to do then too is I need to then create 3 different levels of Renko charts, which is, this is Renko charts for a day trading aspect. These are Renko charts for a swing trade. And then these are Renko traits for a long-term fundamental type of trade. That's the other thing that I need to create. So we're going to probably have 3 different setups of, I mean, it's still going to be a 4 chart setup, but it's going to be using Renko charts. That's kind of what we're working on. So the real one said, I understand. Does that mean it's not? Oh, no. No, I don't think we're in an uptrend. No, I think, so you're asking, this is me not talking about the chart. This is just me talking about my own personal feel. All right. So here we are. We're going to hit the OR. If it hits the RDA here, we will reverse. We should take some profit at the OR here. So we should take some profit once it hits the OR. So I'll be taking some profit off just because you would expect a reaction there. So we took some profit. We'll take 2 of them here. Now we're just into 15. So let's see if it continues down to the RDA where we'll reverse. So what I think is going to happen in the market, if we go to a longer term time frame, what I think is going to happen is I think we're going to probably get up to here. So if we go to the monthly chart, I think we're probably going to get up to here. Maybe we stall right around 16,404. Maybe we stall a little bit before that, or we get to the extreme band of the RDA up here where it already showed. We get to 17,531. And I think that's where it's going to trap all the retail traders. I think that's where capital is going to be trapped. And I think we're going to see something, a black swan event hit the market. And I think we're going to see something that, I think we're going to see a sell-off that is going to rival what we saw during the during the disease sell-off, I guess is what I would say. That's what I'm planning for. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to be trading the chart. DeReed said, any idea if there will be a 4 chart setup in trading? Yeah, I just discussed that. So there will be. It'll be using most likely Renko charts at first. I think that's what we're going to decide upon. Not decide upon. It's not even decide upon. I think that's the best option for the charts that exist within TradingView, is a combination of time and Renko charts. And then chart 2, well, see, the problem with Renko charts on chart 2 is that it doesn't provide precise entry. So chart 2, that's why chart 2 might be a range chart. I think chart 2 probably will be a range chart. And then chart 4 will be a Renko chart. I think that's going to be the first iteration we're going to roll with. but I'm just not going to release it until I know for sure that, hey, this system works and this is reliable. I have enough knowledge to understand if I think it will be reliable. What I mean by that is I could probably release it and probably be 70% there, but I'm not going to stand behind anything or release something and say, hey, we need to trade this unless I have a very clear, unless I've been trading it myself. So I've kind of, I've waited a little bit longer because I was hoping that TradingView would actually take their head out of their, well, this is an old Army term, fourth point of contact. So for the airborne people out there, you'll know what that means. I was hoping TradingView would take their head out of their fourth point of contact and actually release tick charts, but they haven't. So I do think that we'll see the 2023 lows on the NQ, and I think we're going to exceed them. That's my personal belief. I have nothing to back that up chart-wise, nothing to back that up fundamentally. It's just based on my experience trading the markets and everything else. So I'm not going to trade deep into the close here. I got things I got to do. But I'll see if now the question is that as far as it's going to go? It didn't tag, 801 is another level that would be the fast momentum check on our golden time frame. Yeah, but so the question here from the real one, you might not like the back. No, I do look at fundamental and macroeconomic stuff. I try to make it a point not to really put too much into that. Because it clouds my thinking. But then it said, isn't what happening now just like what happened in 2008? So I would posit that what's happening now, macroeconomically and societal wise, has never happened before. Okay. And I'm going to get a little conspiratorial here. Not really. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen in the news recently that there's more and more actual people admitting alien type of stuff? Like people going under, what's that? They're under oath in front of Congress talking about that we've potentially had encounters with non-human based entities and we have crafts. Have you seen that? Has that upticked in the last year or so? Is that slowly being drip fed to the populace as a whole, that the Roswell and all these other, and there is some truth to the fact that we are not alone. The other thing I would ask you is, are we ready for artificial intelligence? Can that be put back in the box? Meaning, now that it's out, we can pass all the regulations we want in the world. But are there enough other actors in the world that will take advantage of artificial intelligence in a way that we cannot predict? The next thing I would ask is, has the U.S. printed the most amount of money it has ever printed in the history of financial capitalism? Not just the world. When you look from an empire perspective, what happens when empires typically do what the United States empire has been doing the last 7 years, for instance? So I just share that because I think my personal feeling is that we are on the cusp of one or two black swan events that are going to drastically change the future of humanity. And I think um, the markets aren't going to be able to deal with it in a standard, typical way. That's just my personal feeling. I'm also of the opinion that Bitcoin is going to go above 120,000. So I think we're doing some things that have been unprecedented. And eventually it catches up to you. You know, part of this comes back from, I've seen a couple cycles. I started my career in tech during the dot-com boom, so I saw that. I also was heavy in real estate, and it destroyed me during the real estate run-up. And I remember specifically, I was never a party to it, but I remember seeing how much fraud there was in the real estate market. I would say I almost at the height of 2008 and 2007 in the real estate market, the amount of fraudulent transactions that I think probably were going on was astronomical. There wasn't a transaction, an application that went through that didn't contain some level of untruth for a real estate transaction during that time. I'm talking about like 90% of them. I witnessed that firsthand, and I thought it was insane. And I still wasn't smart enough. Well, I was kind of burnt out too, but we were over leveraged. We had the second property management firm in my area. We owned a lot of stuff, and I wish I would have been. Well, I don't wish. Actually, I don't wish, because I enjoy trading. If I would have been smart enough, I would have girded down and said, you know what? This is the biggest opportunity in real estate that's existed in the last 30 years. I just was burnt out. Plus, I hated real estate, because in real estate, you have to be out and about and you have to be doing stuff. You know what I love about trading? I'll just share today. I had no emails. Well, I had emails from members and people. I've a couple of people that are interested in becoming an alpha and joining the program that emailed over and had some questions, and some messages from Discord from people that had a few questions about the trade system. But other than that, these are all great. Project Bluebeam, bro. I'll have to look that up, Bern. But other than that, those are all great conversations that I was looking forward to having. Other than that, I just had to do 2 minutes of pre-market, and I was trading the market. I actually got up late. I woke up around 8:30, and I was like, I don't feel like getting up yet. So I stayed in bed till about 8:50, and then I got up because I just didn't feel like getting up. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not, I didn't sleep too good last night. I'm going to just chill. I'll get up. I'm going to stream. I'll get up. I'll wait for the first half hour of the market. I'll do my 2 minutes of pre-market analysis, and then we'll start trading the market. That's what I did. So Bern says it's false disclosure. Yeah, but I mean, so I guess I believe that we probably aren't alone. That's just my personal belief. Doesn't discredit my belief in what my religious beliefs are. It actually enhances the belief based on my interpretation of what I believe. So if there's alien life forms, it actually enhances my interpretation of my personal religious belief system. It doesn't destroy it. So, well, that's as far as we're going to get into that. But I will look into Project Bluebeam. But yeah, I just think it's very odd, though, that, yeah, there does have to be absolute proof. So let's take aliens out of it. The Fed has printed more money than ever. No one can trust things in society. There's a 2-tier justice system around the world. There is financial fraud consistently going on at a level. So, for instance, every 2 or 3 years, you hear from a major bank like Bank of America doing something stupid, like opening up bank accounts are opening up credit cards and stuff for their account holders without their knowledge and doing fraud, and they get slapped with a small little fine, but they made 200 times that fine in profits. This happens every couple years. Wells Fargo is probably going to get caught for doing some kind of fraud here, I think, maybe. This is just my opinion, so I'm just saying they've been caught before. But I wouldn't be surprised if Wells Fargo isn't in the midst of doing some kind of weird account things with their account members right now as we speak. And we're going to find out about it in 3 to 5 years. So I just think that we're in some unprecedented times that the markets are going to have to figure out how to deal with, and it's going to cause fear. And I think it's going to be a fear sell-off like we've never seen before. That's my personal opinion. Regardless, though, I'm just going to trade the charts. So I could be thinking that for the next 5 years. It's kind of like the gold people. I'm waiting to see whether or not we reverse on this position here. We have an RDA check on chart 4, and then we actually have an OR check. Now we're going into the afternoon. So I think what we probably do is it hasn't rolled over yet. And it just did an overall OR check and it exceeded. So that fits one of our patterns that we look for. But, so here's another pattern that you should look for in the market, okay? Is you've identified a level like the OR high. So see this level here that says OH? That's the opening range high. And one of the things you should look for as a pattern is, did it exceed that level? Did it overreach that level? That's a pattern. Now, the continuation of this pattern is that it does a false break. Is it breaks this low, and this is where it's setting up perfectly here. If this unfolds, is okay. Most people look at that as a rejection and saying, okay, that's support down here. I look at that as rejection, and I teach you in my system how to look at this as both rejection, but also intention. I look at that as saying, okay, it actually does want to hit the RDA. So that would be a continuation of the pattern and a completion of the pattern, which is intention, tags the RDA, exceeds the RDA, and then we'll go long. That's what I'm looking to trade. So I'm just not heavy with it because I'm already in the trade, and I'm looking to go long in reverse, and then I'll go long heavy or heavy long. Is that the way I want to say it? Bern, you're just full of great knowledge. So or conspiracy knowledge, I should say. You're full of great conspiracy knowledge and other knowledge, but okay, buddy. Rex is very, 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 he's been sitting in my lap this whole time. So I'm expecting an RDA check here, and then I'd like to see an exceed the RDA. What is this line here? Oh, that's the volume line. So you'll see I do have volume on my chart. I should just take it off because I never look at it. It never even, I do look at it. The only time I look at it is what's called stopping volume and exhaustive volume, okay? And if I get a comment in here that says, hey, show me what stopping volume is, show me what exhaustive volume is, then I will. If not, then I won't. Yeah. The real one, hopefully that answer, you did say thank you, so I appreciate it. Thanks for the question. What's hidden strike? When a China-run oil refinery is attacked in Mosul, Iraq, Chinese private security contractors are called to extract the oil workers. He learns, however, that the attackers' real plan is to steal a fortune in oil and teams up with an American former Marine to stop them. Oh, who's in hidden strike? You okay, buddy? You're really worrying me. I will be upfront. Yesterday, I did break down a little bit. Not trying to be a bitch, but I broke down a little bit yesterday after Rex had his episode. So it just was a little too much for me. And like other things in life, having to consistently deal with terminal cancer, for instance, is another thing that sucks. I'll share you the number one thing that sucks about terminal cancer. Okay. I feel healthy. My scan next week, I'll find out if I'm still stable, but I really can't plan for the future. Like if you're just healthy and you don't have cancer, you're not getting treatment every 2 weeks, you can kind of plan for the future. You can kind of plan things to do in the future. Like, hey, in 3 years, we're going to move here and we're going to move to this area. Well, I can't really plan for the future because I might just show up one time to my doctor and my doctor might say, hey, man, doesn't look good. You've got weeks. Now, does that mean I would change what I'm doing? Would I change, would I look back and say, oh, I shouldn't have streamed all that time? No, because look, my life is set up where I'm happy. I'm not at the point where I want to cash in all my chips and just go on a yacht and just travel the world because I get bored after 2 weeks. I shared this with someone that I'm working with. We're working on something very, very, very important with the Rexdoc trade system. And I said, look, after about 17, 18 days of me being on vacation, I can't function because I have to be doing something. So I usually start writing because I'm writing consistently, my stories and stuff like that. Still working on my first novel to get out there. And then the next thing is the next thing that I do is then I always have a professional thing that I'm working on. Trading, I wish I would have discovered it 20 years ago, but after about 18, 19 days of being on vacation, I'm like, I need to be trading. I need to be trading. I love it. No, thanks, Doreed. I just deal with it. You're not promised anything in life. My side effects, if you saw my face right now, I'm starting to like have these kind of like one of the side effects of the treatment I'm on is every now and then my face will kind of break out and then also get these like weird, I can't explain it, but it does get painful sometimes. It's not painful yet. Although when I eat now because of the sores around my mouth, it's a little painful, but I'm more happier than I'm sad. Yeah, I hope Rex will feel better soon too. He's actually much more calmer than I've ever seen him. All right, so now we need to make a decision. Is it going to really tap the RDA or is it going to fall short and hold the OR high? It's what time is it? 12:31. All right. So we are at an hour close in the market. Yeah, this is recorded. So Montana Price Scott. This is recorded. All of my streams are recorded. You could actually, and if it's not on TradingView, you can go to my YouTube channel. Just search Rexdoc Trading YouTube. All of the streams are recorded there too. So that's why if you're considering a trade system or learning trading, and you wonder, hey, does this trade system that this dude trade work? You can go back if you want to, and you can actually look at all my streams and you can make an assessment from there. Okay, why does it say, how could I be connected? Edge. Where would I be connected on Edge? Huh. You can go back at my streams and you can see whether or not I have a profitable system. You can also go to Discord and ask the other alphas, the people that are orange, ask them for an honest assessment. We don't, other than spammers, we don't really remove we don't remove comments. And when someone does maybe come in there and maybe have or provide, what's the word, feedback or anything else, we have a conversation about it. So I'm not scared of conversations. I'm not scared of challenges. Burn says, during the 1990s, Lawrence Rockefeller, one of the prominent Rockefeller, pushed for the government to release any classified information on UFOs and aliens. Well, for those that don't know, just so you know, or not just so you know, I mean, I used to listen to Coast AM quite a bit. So as far as conspiracy theories and aliens and other stuff, I'm not well versed, but I've listened to enough of that stuff to kind of have an understanding of where the narratives are. I don't know now. I don't know where the narratives are, but I've always liked Coast to Coast. So the real one said, the last hour of the world comes while one of you has been sapling in his hand. It is possible to plan it before the hour comes. Then let him plan it. It's an interesting quote. And then Bidgie said, came back and heard what you're going through. Inspire me with your outlook, your positivity, and your trading. Wish you all the best. Oh, no, thanks. No, there's no other way to be, really, right? I mean, I've seen, and when I get treatment, I've seen a few people that are just so negative and just, I know they're in pain. So the stream site, just search search YouTube for Rex Dog Trading and then go to the live section. All right, so now we're going to look and see. We've got the RDA check, which is happening, but we're going to see if 7086 and what my control is on this trade, alphas or anybody watching, is chart 3, the 60-minute time frame, what we call the golden time frame. Chart 3 is my control. So I'm looking to say what I'm really looking at doesn't want to tag the fast momentum at 786 spot 50. Doesn't want to tag that, or doesn't want to stop here at the RDA. So 78,650 would be a nice overreach. The other thing that we do have down below at 776 is we have the actual VWAP. So be mindful that the VWAP's down there as well. If we look at big tech, do we have big tech pulled up? I thought we had big tech. Yeah, we do. So big tech is pulling back to the VWAP as well. I think you probably trade down to that based on what the market's doing. This might be the run-of-the-mill fake out pullback in the afternoon that finds support, and then the rest of the afternoon, it's just going to rally up. That might be. Now, knowing your zones, you've got 2 zones. Chart 3 is 2 zones. Remember, only one of your charts is the control, and sometimes that can change. So I was using our chart 1 as a control, but then I said, okay, chart 1 looks like it's not going to follow through with our control. What's the next control chart I can look to? We're on chart 3. Now, chart 3, our 2 zones are 786 spot 50, and our other zone is 726 spot 50. Those are our 2 zones. So that's what you want to trade around. Remember, you only have one control. And then the other charts, their role during the control is to confirm what your thesis for that trade is on the other chart. So if you have one control chart, why does it keep doing this? Does it keep telling me that it's... So you have one control. The job of the other 4 charts is to confirm whether or not that control, that thesis of that trade is falling out. This is how you don't get confused with the 4 chart setup, and how you don't get confused in your trading is that you always have one control. You have to make a decision here. And then the role of the other 4 charts, or the 3 charts, is to confirm or deny. This is where you ask the 2 questions. What should happen and what shouldn't happen? If my control chart is chart 3, what should happen on the other 3 charts for that control target to hit? And what shouldn't happen for that control target to be hit? That's what you're answering on the other 3 charts. It's that simple. You need to put guardrails on your trade decisions. You just can't be a cowboy every second of the market. So you need to put restrictions on, and one restriction you put is, okay, one of my charts is a control. That's a restriction. That means you're not. Now, you could, if you get additional information from the market and you're saying, oh, well, chart, like for instance, chart 3 is our control. But if the RDA holds here on multiple candles on the 5-minute chart, maybe then I should change my mind and make the control for the trade chart 1. Maybe I should do that. But you just don't vacillate between these decisions. Your control chart doesn't change. It can change quick when it makes sense, but you're not changing back and forth between control charts. Your control chart is a decision that once you make it, there needs to be a good reason to change control charts. Does that make sense for everybody that's following along, trading the system? What's up, buddy? You want me to put you over here? I'll put you over here. Just relax, man. All right, so now we do need to consider probably the trade that exists is sell the pop up to 841. So sell this pop up to 841 if we get taken out of this trade. So that's how I would that's how I'm going to trade this, because I'm expecting big tech to hit a VWAP test and then maybe range out. I was planning to get off here. Now I might get off here. I was waiting for my nephew to join. I was planning to get off here. That doesn't sound proper. I was going to get off here in the long stream and the live stream here. I haven't started the OnlyFans page yet, so the Rex Dog OnlyFans page. I should start it and see what happens. You know what? It would, if I started a Rex OnlyFans page, it might actually destroy my faith in humanity, because my luck is that I'd start a Rex Dog OnlyFans page, and then it would be wildly successful, and then it would destroy my whole faith in humanity. All right. I think we are going to wait for the VWAP test. So we're going to wait once again. So let me share that. I think I'm going to share that in the general area. Or where should I share this where it's... I'm going to share it in the must-see. Control H, or on the live stream, I just shared a concept that I want to reinforce for everybody here. I didn't say down, I said on any trade, you always have a control chart. You don't make the decision of what your control chart is lightly. Also, you shouldn't change what your control chart is on a whim. Once your control chart is selected, the role of the other 3 charts is to confirm or deny the targets you've outlined. All right. We're there. We're at the first zone, but we're a little early. So we're going to look for an overshoot. So it's either here at 786 or it's at 724. We're still in our CL trade. We're up about $900 in CL. You know, I wonder if CB is going to take off. Or ZB, sorry. ZB. I think we're going to trade
Order filled. Order filled.
trading ZB at 6 lots. We're going to take a little bit of more of a risk there than we typically do, but I think it's at a key level. I think it tagged a key level. So why am I doing the daily again? We'll see though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have our first reaction. What we expect. Now it's just a matter of, is it going to stall here or is it going to go down to the next key level, which is 724? If it hits 724, we will, I'm pretty sure we'll be going long pretty heavy. All right, there we go. Did hit the VWAP. So this might be, if we look at big tech. Okay, why are you doing that? Stop. Stop. Fucking A. Did hit VWAP and the RDA. I think we do reverse here. We have something to trade against. So
Order filled.
we've got a level. Got the OR mid. So I think we trade against that. That's what we're trading against. So I did reverse. I'm long now. Hit our first target we were mentioning. So obviously, if it does sell off, here's what's so beautiful about the system that we trade. It's real simple. Fucking A, why is it doing that? Why does it keep telling me that I'm session disconnected? Maybe I need to use the same browser to stream. That's probably what I need to do. I think I need to start using this browser to stream. All right, so there we go. That's kind of what I expected. Hit momentum, pulled back. Now, what's beautiful about the system we trade is I will walk you through right now exactly if it's going to go long and exactly how to watch the trade step by step. The most important downside level at this point in time is right now on a just a micro level is 778. Sorry, let's go 777 spot 50. That's the most important level. What's the most important next immediate level that we need to be mindful of if this trade's going to work out? It's real simple. It's 793 spot 25. Really simple. What's the super level that we need, that if this trade does turn here, if it closes above, I would say 518, it's going to reverse and it's going to, the rest of the day, it's going to be long. That's how to analyze the chart right now using chart 2. I'm using chart 2 for these levels. We're looking for patterns. I don't need to be concerned about anything else. Take time out as a factor, meaning time doesn't matter. All that matters is what I just shared with you, the levels. How long it takes to get there does matter somewhat, but ultimately I'm just looking at these levels. Now, here's what we're seeing. We're seeing a pullback. We're seeing a little bit of a hesitation here. So one of the things I would look for is why is the ZB? Sorry, I'm trying to find something. My ZB trades are why is ZB not showing up? Oh, there it is. Duh. All right. was like, why is ZB not showing up? So that's all you need to be mindful of is these levels. Nothing else matters. I should jump off here. I do need to, or I could just pause and talk. So, buddy, you doing good? Just chilling. There we go. We're in the profit. We're in the money. We're in the money. What is that song? What's Momo trading app? Moomoo. Has anybody used the Moomoo trading app? I just got an email from them. Usually check my email in the midst of this.
Hello?
Oh. Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Are you in? Oh, you're in the streaming app? Sweet. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm just trying to set everything up. It's not letting me log into this shit, dude.
That's what she said. Anybody use Moomoo? I've never seen this before.
Moo-moo.
Investment choices, pricing. They do U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. options, 0 commissions, 0 fees, 0 options. Trade like a pro with Moomoo.
I looked at Moo and I found something completely different.
Oh,
Cute
Yeah.
trending clothes for women at Target.
I like it. You know, that's the thing.
Moo-moo's about that life.
Yeah, about that life. So we'll have the outro for the podcast done today.
Okay. Are you heading out soon or something?
I got to take Rex. No, well, I need to talk to people, but
Oh, okay.
you know, I could just keep the stream on, and then you could just kind of, if you're available, just kind of infill while I talk to a few people here and there. I mean, I'm fine streaming because I'm not. Rex has a doctor appointment later on, but I just, you know, this probably will be a day where I'll stream the whole day, which I wasn't planning, but I just kind of got into the zone.
Are you training well right now?
Am I trading well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, is it a good day?
Oh yeah.
Like how good? How good of a day, honestly.
I mean, it's a standard day, up over 40 grand.
Jesus.
So just kind of a standard day. So calling the market, doing good. Mark meme the G. Which platform do you trade at? Any videos available on your setup? Yeah. Where is that? So was that on YouTube? Trade Ovate. In our training, we have full complete tutorial videos and setup of our full chart plus more. I mean, I think I do have some stuff on YouTube you can find on the setup, but you know, one of the things about our trading system is that, okay, here's the thing. I'll just be completely upfront. I don't believe in free. So I'm never going to sell our training for free. And we're not going to sell our trading for free. I believe in order for you to be successful with a trading system and adopt our trading system, you need to have a level of financial commitment. Otherwise, you're not going to take it seriously. This is based on my experience in business and selling free things, doing a freemium business model. The people that the percentage of people that take free information and implement it and that are worth spending time with is not as valuable as having a dollar figure that people have to make a financial commitment on, and then they're serious. So for me, that financial commitment's always been, well, not always. We used to charge 0.07 Bitcoin for the last couple years, it's just been $997, $1,000. I just assume if you can afford $1,000, that's enough
Oh.
financial commitment that you're going to take it seriously, no matter what capital level you're at. Obviously, I've talked to alphas. There's alphas that said this is insane. I remember one alpha told me I'd pay 25 grand for your training. That's how much it's helped me. I'm like, yeah, but for me, I just want a financial commitment because then you're going to take it seriously. Or there's a higher probability if you have a financial commitment, you're going to take it seriously. So yeah, but I'm also on YouTube. I share things that I'm of the opinion now. I'm fine. We're never going to have 1 million subscribers and everything else. We're always going to be kind of like, I kind of look at what we do here. If you're familiar with Red Letter Media, have you guys ever watched Red Letter Media? They kind of talk about Nephew Lead. Have you watched Red Letter Media? Are you familiar with them?
What is it called?
Red Letter Media. So what they do is they do like movie reviews and TV. Like they're one of those commentary channels on movie reviews and everything else. But they did a very popular like Star Wars review about the 3 new ones and then the old ones. But they've been around the internet and YouTube for I think 10 to 15 years. So they've been early stalwarts of the YouTube, but they haven't had that hockey stick exponential growth, right? Just something is always stunting them from getting to that like next level. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they continue to plug away. I think that's going to be our path on YouTube and everything else we do is we're just going to be consistently. We're not going to have I don't think we're going to have a hockey stick growth ever. I think we're going to always have a ceiling that the type of trading and how we talk about trading and what we do, we're going to have a ceiling because only so many people want the truth. Only so many people really want the reality of what it takes to trade the markets, right?
True that.
Only so many people are willing to put in the work and realize, it's not a cash machine. It is a huge opportunity, but only few people really want to be part of the reality that exists.
Yeah.
This is a good trade so far. I mean, called it control chart. If you look at my entry, it's pretty much spot on. I mean, not spot on, but it's pretty good there. It could have been a little bit better. We're only in 15 lots, but we're at about 8,800 on CL crude oil. We actually have another good trade there. We're up about 1,300 on ZB. We're waiting for this trade to work out in our favor. So let's see if that's going to work out. So Jules Holmes says, totally agree with that last statement. Was that the one that only certain people want to live outside of the? Yeah.
I'm in 8 contracts right now. I caught that bottom.
That's sweet. You're trading at a pretty decent size there for your account.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've grown this thing, but I just want to be a little heavier on this bottom. Having a little more conviction in my trades. Yeah, we're up 540 for this one though. I added to my position when I was already in profit.
That's a next level trading is adding.
I just find it because you showed me before. I remember I used to just buy. So if I scale in correctly and then I can move my bases slightly up and go a little heavier, it's somewhat worth it to me.
Yeah.
So okay,
Once
so
you get confirmation.
so
I
is
agree.
that safe then? You would say?
Well, I wouldn't say it's safe. I mean, so for instance, if you find that you enter early a lot and then the trade works out and then you get confirmation that the trade. So for instance, you probably added when it switched over in momentum on chart 2.
No,
would assume.
I scaled from the second deviation is pretty much where I scale on always now.
Okay.
For my overshoots, I just have seen like recently just through backtesting looking like second deviation from RDA is where I always scale into. So I pretty much caught this bottom, and then from that bottom, I just added my position towards RDA confirmation, and that's when my bases moved towards the middle. I went about 3 contracts, but 5 heavier. So that's why I moved my basis a lot. But
Yeah, but what you're functionally doing that you're not explaining is that, but you're doing it, is that you're adding when you get confirmation of the trade, and it's a
Oh, yeah.
pattern you're seeing most likely.
Yeah.
Um,
It was the momentum switch over for me is what was the confirmation candle.
yeah.
This first the previous levels were checked on chart 1. Really, you don't have anything because it just had those 2 impulses down. Chart 4, I don't have anything really because we were still long here on this side, and we were just below the RDA when I kind of, or not below the RDA. We were at the same level pretty much when I entered. So chart 2 was kind of my assumption off the second deviation. For chart 1 was my control, and I just entered in from chart 2, and the confirmation was it closed over above momentum for on that side. That's why I took that trade.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, man, you're doing really well. Doing really good. You're really, I really like how you're
It's all because I
self-assessing and taking that, and then you're doing a good job of self-assessing and adapting.
thank you. It's all because said this yesterday when I was talking to some of the boys in the chat. Was I just because I've gone through the training so many times now, and I've been able to grasp everything finally. Like a lot of the videos I first watched or a lot of the training I first watched, I was still new to trading, so I would get the basic concepts, but the higher level I flew past me. And as I continued to watch and watch and watch, every time I'd watch one more thing would hit me, and one more thing would click, and then I'd go to the next video, and one more thing would click, and then it all started clicking. So now a lot of my analysis is just predictive nature. Like I'm not really trusting the system. I'm using a tool, a very powerful tool, like at my disposal, instead of trading emotionally, thinking like this is where price is doing, this is what's happening, feeling that type of anxiety compared to just trading with conviction, if that makes sense, with full conviction with the system.
Well, you've made it your own, and that's what I consistently. One thing we do need to add to the training is I need to have a whole section on just, and that's probably something we need to work together on, which is you and I need to sit down and outline, since you've gone through it, what's the steps to make it your own. Where, I mean, like you said, you are referring back to the training, but see, the one thing I'd say, and I mentioned this before, you probably weren't on, which is, so I've intentionally made the training so that it's agnostic to our system and the indicators we use in a lot of areas, so that, and you just said it, where basically the training isn't, hey, here's our indicators, and now we're just going to talk about just trading with our indicators. I'd say that's 20% of the training because it's focused.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the training is fundamentals of how to trade regardless of your system.
Yeah,
just how the market works.
for sure.
But see, what I think makes sense about that and why I intentionally did that is because I'm of the fear that we're going to get up one day and the Rex Dog system's not going to work. So then what does that mean? Well, we have 85 to 90% of the knowledge of how the market works. We just need to change our indicators. We just need to change our philosophy of how the market works. Maybe tomorrow we wake up and maybe for the next 30 days, we find out that strong levels don't work in the market at all anymore. Well, because we understand how the market works and you've been taught how the market works and how to look at the market and how it really works, you can then figure out how the market functions going forward. And it might not be strong levels. So I was always in a fear of like, okay, I'm going to develop this thing and it's not going to work. Now that fear went away when I started trading like the 1930s market and like the 1967 and the 87 crash and stuff like that. But still,
what I'd like to connect on is we should connect and just outline here's the steps you went through to like make the system your own. And then we could obviously connect with other alphas and say, okay, because I think there's obviously an opportunity for a training like that, specifically just focused. Okay, here's the 5 things you need to do. Make sure you're doing consistently to make the trade system your own. Because
Oh,
the way
100.
you describe, and I'll let you respond, but the way you just described looking, I wouldn't word it that way, but it works for you and it makes sense for you, and it's
Mhm.
developing your edge. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. I just
No.
this gets me so excited because I was talking about this with some of the people yesterday too, and it blows my mind. That's why I get super excited to talk about the type of stuff is how I'm trading the system is completely different how you traded it, but we're using the same fundamentals and the same baseline as how we're trading. That's the basics of the market. But when we're actually getting into the nitty gritty of the system, I I am adopting it to myself, my personality, even though it doesn't seem like I can do that. But that is how I'm trading, right? I'm not trading emotional. When I traded emotional, I was very over trading, very impulsive, bad P&Ls, and that's what happens. But when I took that out and I was able to trade with a different style, and that style is checking my checklist before I enter a trade. What are the strong levels we're trading into? I'm creating my levels. I'm seeing using the Fibonacci retracement to see the range, seeing where price is reacting at, taking a lot of emotional out of it, and just analyzing. Was able to fix my trading 100%. And I found that through the training. I was like, why is he just sitting here taking these trades, and I can't stay in a trade for more than a minute without panicking of like it going against me. And then I realized like if it goes against me, restart, go down low, or go to the next reaction. And something you said to me, sorry to rant here,
Oh,
but
it's good.
something you said to me that really struck me was you said if it is not reacting at your current or whatever you think the reaction zone is, if it's not reacting there, or you see it blow past there, and you just think my analysis is completely wrong, I don't know what I'm doing, it's going against me, get out. Most likely the next reaction area is going to be where it's going to react to, or when it reacts there, get in. That when you said that to me, it took me a second to really realize what you're saying, but then I understood. If it's not reacting at my area, I don't have to have the same mindset anymore. That means it's not reacting there. Get out, and I'm going to find the next area and scale in there. With that, if it doesn't react there, I'm going to find the next area. I don't have to stay in a trade. I don't have to be in that specific trade. There's always another one later down. That also saved me a lot in trading in general. Not trying to take every single trade that I wanted originally. Trading to a target. If that target doesn't get hit, it's fine. Here's another trade on the table.
Well, you just reinforced a point that I believe, and I'm going to make a declarative statement to anybody listening. If you're considering a trade system, any trade system, anybody else's training, ours included, but
Stop field.
we say this, so and if they say that you can just trade it off the shelf and anybody can trade it, and they have testimonials on their website, you need to be, I would suggest you be highly suspect of that, because anybody that says that that's a trainer or a true trader, they're not a true trader or a true trainer as far as someone teaching people how to trade if they say that statement, because it's not true. It's impossible for you to trade my system out of the box, because it has to adapt to your personality, your own whims, how you see the market. Now, the value of the training, if they don't mention that anywhere on their training, anywhere on their site, and they make it seem like it's just plug and play, I would be it's highly suspect. It's highly sus. It's just, I would, in my experience, actually not even my experience, I'm making declarative. It's not possible to trade another person's system. And even my nephew, he has a direct line to me anytime he wants. You would think that, okay, well then he should be an expert trader and he should be able to take your system exactly and plug and play into it. I mean, you're hearing firsthand from him really is that, well, it doesn't work that way. Because I'm not with him over his shoulder telling him, or I'm not there trading for him. I'm not pushing the buttons for him. He's pushing the buttons. So I would just implore anybody that's looking at, I don't care if you're looking at our system or another system. If they don't mention that, you have to really be suspect of whether or not they have your true interest in mind, because that is the truth about any trading system that you're adopting from someone else, is that it has to be designed in a way that you can mold it and make it your own trade system. So let's say your name is Smurfy Dude, that's your name. Well, you are basing your trade system on the Rexdog trade system, but very shortly, as quickly as possible, it should become the Smurfy Dude trade system. And it could be inspired by the Rexdog trade system, but is the Smurfy Dude trade system. That makes sense. Would you agree with that, Nephew Elite?
I do. Re-astounding.
So let's just do a trade checkup. So you can share your screen too, but I'll go through mine first. So we're up 17,500 on 15 lots. We're holding it because we're expecting the high to be breached, and we'll go short above the high if it does unfold. In CL, we're in 3 lots, and we're up about 1830 on 3 lots. We've got trailing stops. All of our stops on all of our trades are above our entry, so we technically can't lose profit. Now ZB is the only trade that I'm waiting to unfold. On ZB, where are we at? Booyakasha. ZB is up $562 on 6 lots. We could lose money there, so it could pull back, but I'm giving it enough room to actually work out. So for those that don't trade ZB, the actual dollar figures are different, meaning that the tick amounts, I don't remember what the tick amounts are at the top of my head. They're larger tick amounts. So, your movements, plus it moves like in more trades like the ES. The reason people might ask, or you might wonder why I don't trade the ES. I just don't like the way the ES moves. I think the NQ moves much smoother and it impulses much better. I think one of the things you should try, Nephew Elite, is you should actually try to trade the ES one day and just see if you like it. Maybe you'll like
Okay.
it. All you would do on that is in Tradeovate, just copy your workspace or create a new template based on your workspace, and then just change the tickers. So that would be what I would suggest you do. Then then name it ES. That way you just don't have to. You have and you're not going to be trading the ES. You're going to trade the MES, which is MES, if you want to do it. Like I just maybe
Oh
you
yeah, I
might
want to trade everything eventually.
Yeah. So.
Like you, baller.
So yeah, but you would be trading the micro or the mini. I always forget which one's the micro, which one's the mini. But you'll be trading the MES, which is just the same. Like the NQ has the MNQ, the ES has the MES.
It says a ZB tick is worth $31.25.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's fat.
Yeah. But then also the tick, or not the tick movements, but the
Contracts are higher too, right?
no, the ticks in between are like I said, it reminds me of the ES is the way to look at it, and just because of the it's also you look at the dollar or the actual, it's 124 spot 12. If you look at the NQ, it's 15,788. So you're in, you have 5 digits there, where you only have 3 digits on, and then you have 4 digits, for instance, on the ES. So I think those digits matter as far as how it moves, if that makes sense.
Stop field.
Okay.
You can show your screen if you want to.
Oh, I just got stopped out. I think
Yeah,
I made. I think it was like $700 for that 8 contracts.
Yeah. I mean, this could be an opportunity to buy this pullback here, kind of on an overshoot of, or not an overshoot, but back to the OR checks.
It's doing a momentum and bias tick. Chart 4, you've got the RDA down to 814. So I think it's go long down to 814 or something. Now we're at an interesting time in the market. This is something we look at. This is something that I covered. Look, we're at the first afternoon pivot. The first afternoon pivot is between right now and the next couple minutes. It's 14:15 market time. Generally, you look for an afternoon pivot around this time. If you go back in charts, this is something that you can go back in, and you can go back in charts. You can see a pivot. I need to do that. So, can you hold it down for a few minutes here?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let this runner fly for a bit. But 0 losses taken today. Feeling pretty fire off that. Feels nice not to take any. I'll put my. He still has his screen up, so I'll try to switch between so you guys can still see his trades. See if I can comment. Okay. Wait, sorry. I'm trying to set all this up real quick. Alright, well. Now we got some P&L. Let's churn it a little bit, eh? Let's get out of this trade.
Order filled.
Yeah, so I think that trade alone was $800. $800 for a contract, so 100 per. That's pretty nice. Okay, so he said we're checking the weekly level. Let me go to MEQ real quick. I don't know if you guys can see me switching screens. I just need to check where the weekly's at. Okay, so 690. VWAP is at 735. 559 is this week's open. That's the low. Okay. And where are we at right now? See, I don't want to trade this long move. Sorry. I was talking to someone for a second. I'll put his on. Let everyone see his. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this trade here. I mean, for those who are looking at M&Q right now, chart one, we have a lot of strong levels. So, I mean, we have our previous strong levels that before the high. 3 of them need to break. Weak level was right where the previous price just reacted at and rejected. Target of the day, 15,937. $937. Let me see if I can. Whoever that was, if you want to explain why you think target's 15,937. Is that for end of day close settlement for overnight? I don't know if this high gets hit. That's what I'm thinking right now. I mean, that strong level created on chart 4 is pretty solid. Pretty solid rejection. Not even one wick above. Pretty crazy. Uncle just shared something to the chat. Let's see what he said. Whoa. On any trade, you always have a control chart. Yeah, I mean, he's right. You set limits, otherwise you. For those of you in Discord, Uncle's drop some knowledge on the chat. Okay, he's still trading. I don't know where we should enter at here. Like chart 4 or chart 3. Sorry, chart 3 is strong level. I mean, chart 4 is pretty strong level too. He said 937, I guess. Previous target of the high yesterday. $937. Huh. I'm not sure what trade to get into here. We're kind of in the between of momentum on chart 1, so I don't really want to get into anything. Here, I'm only for confirmation to RDA, bias check possibly, or we see the move up here. If it closes above that previous strong level created on chart 1, then I'll go long. Chart 2 is not really telling me anything because we're so in between, somewhat ranging out here after that big move up. Yeah, I know we're talking about a lot of high-level concepts around here, and everyone's asking questions about the system. If you do have questions, just hop in Discord. Send messages, dude. Trying to get our Discord popping. Working on making a level 3 Discord so we can have an animated banner. That's all I want. And we have like 100-something soundboard or something like that. Yeah, I'm not going to trade in here. Oh, wait. Just close above momentum on chart 1. Oh, we're seeing get in here.
Order filled.
Just I saw some pulse on the
Order
buy
filled.
side.
Order filled.
Plus, I mean, we're up today, so I don't want to turn my P&L, but I'm okay with going in on this trade, even though this is more of an impulse buy. But I'm seeing volatility, and it's just like it's gonna be impulse up. Yeah, I mean, look at that candle was crazy. Sell side trying to step up, but I feel like they're about to get beat down by these dudes. Pressure went a little heavier. Now we're seeing some stallage right at that level. It needs to close this level. If it doesn't, then I'll reverse. I'll probably go down low. It's a pretty reversal spot. At most previous high. Higher high, you could say. Switch back to his trades real quick for you guys. You can see what's going on over there. Oh, I guess I was on his trades. This is mine. Just entered kind of impulsive buy here. We just saw a lot of volatility to the ticks. And usually if I see volatility going to one side and rejected fast, I most likely participate in 1 or 2 contracts because usually that's the impulse up from what I've seen. And if it's not, I'm okay with keeping my stop loss tight, getting out before it does. But to get into that impulse real quick is fine. For me personally, I do that. I don't recommend it to anybody. anything like that. But usually, if I see something like that, I'm gonna get into it because it's usually the easiest profit you can make. Like, no joke. I don't know what it is, but the little impulse candle, if you see that little rejection, usually it's right before a strong level check as well. You'll see the strong level check and it has rejection somewhat, like we just saw, and then we see one fat impulse breaks through real quick, and then we see a little bit of stallage, and then it continue to move up or move down, whichever way it's going. That's just a pattern I see, so that's what I trade. And a little bit of profit. So I mean, $50. Still, it's a $3,000 account though, so we're about to quarter this just from here. Yeah, I am kind of using pretty big size here for 3K.
Stop filled.
We'll let the one contract float. Let it play around for a minute. If it goes lower up, maybe I'll go deeper. Switch back to my uncle's trades. Yeah, I mean, price is really stalling it on chart 1 strong level. Thank God it's Friday today, am I right? Have a good weekend. I don't know if it's supposed to be sunny here or not, but a brother can only hope. All right, let me see if I can commentate like NBA here from my uncle. No, I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. He's trading so much shit. Well, he's not in any gold, I don't think. But he's in U.S. Treasury bond futures. What the? I didn't even know you could trade that. That's crazy. CBOT. Crude oil. He's trading CL. Can't even see how many contracts he's in. But he's up 27. Maybe NASDAQ, he's up 13,000. Jesus Christ. This dude, man. This dude cannot help but pull hella capital from the market every day. Fucking crazy. Sorry for cussing. Anyways. My trade's not really panning out, but we're just hitting on one contract. Feeling pretty good right now. I don't want to really mess up my P&L too much. I'm not trading a bunch. Maybe I'll trade the last hour for a minute, get some practice on it. Because the last hour loves to just F me up, dude. Really, the afternoon, for those of you who don't know, I was trading the afternoon for a long time. Well, because I wake up a lot later from where I live. It opens later for me, so. Or the time difference. You know what I'm saying?
I'm back.
Oh, what's up?
Hey.
I was just talking about something. Totally forgot.
Oh,
I was talking about how you're an absolute madman, dude. Just killing it. I didn't even know you could trade treasury bonds. U.S. Treasury bonds at that. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy.
well, no, I mean, that you'll meet. I mean, not that you'll meet, but I mean, there's some people that all they do is just trade one thing. Like you might meet someone at a party and they say, "What do you do?" I'm a treasury bond trader. Well, what that means is typically you're, I mean, they're trading treasury bonds at a high level at a bank or something. So, like a lot of traders are just straight up you know, they just straight up trade one thing. Like there's the Chai Girl, I think, is someone I've connected with before on Twitter. She just trades oil. She just loves oil, and she just trades oil, and that's all she trades. I think. So there's some traders that's all they trade. They just trade one thing. I mean, you can. I primarily do just trade the NQ on the day trading, but then I have, you know, I mean, as we can see here, we're up $3,000 on the CL trade, which is not bad. But the other things I typically trade on a swing basis. So the way to look at my day trading is that I trade the NQ where I deploy larger contract size, and then in the other ones, unless I really see the trade, I'm swing trading the other three charts, the other three tickers that I'm trading. But you could decide, hey, I'm just like the NQ. I'm going to trade. Well, I would say the NQ is best for like this day trading. But CL you could day trade, but sometimes CL just hits a range like oil, and it just stops.
Well, eventually I would like to trade everything. I think
Yeah.
it'd be baller. Because it all fascinates me. Does treasury bonds trade different or something?
Well, I mean, they move different, I guess would be the word. And then they follow the system. So I'm not trading anything different. I have a 4-chart setup on ZB
That's so weird.
bonds. So it's just that the liquidity is different. And if you do look at, for instance, you look at the 5-minute chart, you can see the 5-minute chart here looks different. I mean, it's the candles they're thinner is the way to look at it. So that doesn't mean that the liquidity is thinner. It just means that the way that, well, bonds for a retail side, well, okay. What we're trading ZB is like what Pee Wee League level bond trading. So ZB, we're not even affecting the market at all. The big boys trade the bonds, banks, hedge funds, large capital providers, so, and that's a different ticker. So there's a different ticker that, well, you can see it in Tradeovate, but you have to be approved to trade it. But it's a big boy trading bonds. That's what most of these institutions are trading.
That is crazy. It's even crazier that you can use indicators on all these different types of tickers.
All the same indicators, the same system.
Yeah, that's a whole nother. That by itself is too much for my brain to handle. But the fact that you can even just use indicators on different types of things is crazy enough for me. And the fact that we use our system on all of it, that's too much for me to handle. Like my brain won't be able to comprehend that.
Well, no, I do think it's crazy. I do think it's
It's
insane.
calculation. It doesn't make sense.
Well, and just like I was sharing Renko charts yesterday in the den. And well, I mean, just look at this. This is gonna blow people's mind too. Am I sharing my screen or are you sharing your screen?
It's you. I'm watching the stream, honestly.
So
I'm not even trading.
This is what's even sicker. If we just change to Renko charts, which is a whole different charting.
Yeah, I heard you said that.
The Renko charts follow the Rex dog system as well. So like we're on the 5-minute Renko charts. It does momentum checks, it does level checks, it rides momentum. So the Renko charts, look at this 5-minute Renko chart. Look at this momentum long.
That's crazy. It's like literally touching momentum and
yeah. And that's a different chart. The way Renko charts, I'm not going to go through how they're drawn.
Is that your weekly indicator right there? That white bar?
Yeah. So weekly and daily.
And it literally just hits that and bounces right back up.
But the weekly doesn't change, so it doesn't matter. I mean, that's a given. The weekly open, regardless of what chart, the weekly opens the weekly open, regardless of what candle or charting you're using. But What's even more amazing to me is that the RDA holds up or a momentum check holds up
Yeah, momentum
on
holds up.
on a separate, and then you could even go, so you don't even have to, you could even go, well, let's do range bars.
You know, those would be. I could make those would probably be good pictures for the momentum section. I should use Renko.
Yeah, but you have to be able to give context to them more.
Well, not
I
now,
mean,
not now,
yeah.
but I want to use them for a bit, and then if I is
Well,
it one
then-
in Trading View?
Yeah. So that's why in TradingView, we're setting up a 4-chart setup in TradingView with just the chart types that are available in TradingView because they don't have tick charts and they're infinite wisdom. They don't want to add it.
I
But
should start trading on Trading or Trading View.
well, TradingView trading sucks in my
I
opinion.
know,
So,
but
but
I
I mean,
should.
it doesn't. It is kind of nice because you can move your stops, or you could do that anyways. But that's a trailing stop, so I moved it there, so it's not updating because you can't. With Sierra chart, I can move my trailing stop and then it would move, and it would reset it. But with Tradeovate, they're not smart enough to understand how to allow you to just move your trailing stop down. You have to cancel everything and reset it.
That's
So
that would make me struggle because I move my stop losses, or
yeah.
actually probably improve my trading because I would just either
No, I
trust
mean,
my stop
you'll
loss
when I'm
more.
trading on Sierra chart, it's freaking awesome because basically I put my stops in and they're in, and then I can adjust them regardless if they're a fixed stop or a trailing stop. I can adjust them. They're in. I just can adjust them. So it's just stupid that um I
Yeah,
don't know, every day, not every week I do consider we should just acquire a friggin' trading platform that is 75% there, and then just create the best trading platform that exists. But the problem is that it wouldn't be worthwhile because um, in order to do these trading platforms, you have to sell to the lowest common denominator to make money.
Mm.
That's why
Well,
none of
yeah,
these
for
retail
sure.
trading platforms are all any that good because they're always selling to the lowest common denominator,
Yeah,
to the crack addicted, Lambo addicted trader that isn't focused on actually really trading. That's my personal opinion.
question for you:
Yeah.
when you first started trading, what was like? You probably experienced having a couple crappy trading brokerages. But what was like the one that stuck out to you when you first started trading, even when like all this wasn't as nice and techy?
I don't know. I had one Forex broker that completely went out of business and took all the funds. That was not fun.
What the hell?
Oh yeah. And then the Forex market, I don't know, maybe 8 or maybe 6 years ago or 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, I don't know. It had a bunch of the trading was great because the margins and everything else, but they were in questionable locations and everybody knew it. And then some of them just folded up and took funds and stuff like that. I've been through a lot of, well, crypto's the Wild West. I've been in crypto since 2016. So I've seen, but as far as like futures brokers, I've always stuck with kind of the more reliable ones.
Hmm.
As I, because it's just, why risk it? You know, with Forex is a weird market because I've said this before. There's no real place for retail traders in the Forex market. But then all like, except for a few brokers, and most of them are suspect because there's with Forex as a broker. So
Stop
Tradeovate
field.
front end your positions as far as we know. They don't front run in Forex. Depending on if it's level B or level A, I don't remember if that's the right term. Well, for instance, you and I for $1,000 could set up a Forex broker right now if we wanted to. And then what we could do, we'd have to decide,
Order
do
filled.
we want to be a level A or level B? And I don't think that's the right term. I don't remember the right terms, but level A means that we're not in between the trader
Order
and the
filled.
market. We're just facilitating the trading, meaning that the trader's actually interacting with the real market. Level B is where you make a lot of money and you can get really good at making a lot of money. Level B is
the orders that the trader submits isn't interacting with the market. It's interacting with you, and you are deciding how to fill that order. And you could make the spread if the traders aren't sophisticated. You'll
Order
see this a lot
filled.
of times with gurus. If they start up a Forex platform, typically their platform that they're starting up is, I think the term is level A and level B, is level B, where level B is they're just taking your orders and they're just sitting on them sometimes until they can make the spread with the real market. And then you're not really getting the best fill ever. You're always just getting the fill of whatever. It's all smoke and mirrors. None of it's real because they're not routing your orders to the market at all. So a lot of gurus, when you see them, you need to really understand what level of brokerage they're setting up. And Forex market is regulated different than the futures market. If we were to start a broker, we'd have to be, certified by the CME and the futures market. We don't have, we would have to be. But that's what these funded accounts are doing. And I know that's weird discussion, but the funded accounts, that's what we're doing. So
Stop filled.
the funded accounts that's what they're doing. They're just fake. They're all fake. You're not interacting with the real market. Starting to get knocked out of our stops now.
Yeah.
Is it pulling back to the RDA? I think the trade is actually trading at the RDA here. I don't know how heavy we want to get, but I think down below we do have a level. So I'll be trading that. I'm not going to get in early. I'm going to wait for that test. I'm going to wait for a test down to 817.75.
Yep. I was just about to.
Can you hold it down for the next 15, 20 minutes and then switch between our screens?
Yeah.
And then you can say, hey, here's where my uncle's position is. I gotta jump on a quick phone call.
You're good. That's what I was doing earlier.
Okay.
Well, I forgot the story I was originally going to tell, but it was something, and I can't remember it. But I'm scaling in. I made this little range for myself because I'm seeing some price action happen in between these two cans. So I'm just going to trade from this strong level to here. So I believe that's where this zone we're trading right now. The strong level might be a little higher, but really the first deviation is what it previously hit. So I'm going to trade that as well as that is where the previous level was created. So I'm going to try to scale in if it even gets down to here. If it doesn't, I might participate one contract at the RDA just in case it wants to just hit there and go up. So, but if it hits me and continues to go down, I'll just get out on that one contract, have the scaling ready. It's going to turn a little P&L, but I would like to get picked up either on that move from the RDA because that's a pretty good test. So I can, as it moves up, I can just go a little heavier if it reacts there. If it doesn't, as it closes down, then the scaling area I have is the highest probability where it'll come to react again if the long side still has control, which I believe it does. We're still biased long. We're still momentum long on chart 3, which is the golden. Something important to note. Oh, is my uncle in the chat, dude? Uncle. Uncle. How do I kick him out of here? Thank you, by the way, whoever John McKinney. Appreciate it. Let me know. No one can hear him now, right? The server muted him, so he shouldn't be able to. Okay, now it's fine. All right, cool. Okay, yeah, looks like it didn't even hit the RDA. Sadly, I missed that move up. Now, it might take some time to break here. But really, this previous strong level is a good trade on the table if I want to fade here. Because does it break this? 1870? Or 870, sorry. I don't know if it breaks. Hold on, let's see what my uncle's doing. Okay. Z sub 23 MQ. He took that trade, so he must have bought lower than I did. Way lower. 34. Pretty good trade. Really good trade. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to analyze what he's thinking, you know? But I have no idea. He's trading. I only see 4 charts here. He probably sees 26. So how the hell am I supposed to know? It's awesome. It's such crazy trading to watch. There's so much analysis going on, but he's just doing it either subconsciously or like it's muscle memory. And it's since he's just perfected how he uses the system too. It's amazing to watch. Like how he just has so much conviction with his trades. Like when he enters, he's not, should I enter here, whatever. He's already thinking about the next area he's going to enter. For me, I'm like, sweet, it worked out. You know? But it's just crazy to watch. So he's on the phone talking, and he's making all this. I could never, dude. Small distractions for me. My trade's about to get out of hand. So we're seeing reaction on momentum on CL on his chart, but he's already up 8 or 10 on there. I think he's only on 1. Oh, okay, so the basis is where right there. I've never traded on TradingView, so I'm trying to also understand where everything, like how everything works on here. He's also got volume profiles on here, which is cool. He always tells me that he hates them. But I guess he probably does it for other people. Or maybe he does it for himself. Or just to know there's so many charts. Might as well have it on there. Yeah, the MEQ trade is working out for him too. So is he waiting for something on the treasury bonds? I can't see if he's like in profit. The RSI indicators I want to get better at using too. And switch back to my chart, and we can start trading. So it kind of broke that previous level. I think the long is in target here, so we'll probably scale in just a little bit beneath momentum. Yeah, we get a little too early. Get a little anxious, but if it doesn't come down to touch RDA. Kind of broke there, so it might just be a momentum check from here. So I might go on 4 contracts. We'll play the RDA. Because it might just continue to test momentum until it pushes up. And I'd rather be in early now. So if this candle closes above, I'm most likely can just enter, join bid. As it comes down, my basis will go a little lower. Because we'll see some type of retest here. There's another strong low that has to break. So I'm not trying to get in too early. Let's chart 4. Chart 4 is good to rise. Chart 3, strong level 870. Yeah, so that's exactly where the price reacted at, actually. So if you look on chart 3 here, this strong level is exactly where price reacted on chart 2. That's exactly where that candle closed, and we got rejected at. So it closed underneath as well. So maybe there might be a range here before I push up. So if there is gonna be range, I want to get in lower. So I'm gonna be patient with this trade. We'll switch back to his charts. I'll show you where I'm gonna scale in. Probably have my scale in. No, it's 3,000. 4 contracts because only reason I'm going to 4 because I'm up 826. And I want to be in this trade, so I'm okay with sacrificing a little for a little bit more reward. So this is where I'm going to put my scale in. At the first and second deviation, having the third somewhat close. Ideally, if this is a big enough account, I will want to scale in all the way to here for the full test, having a little bit heavier or closer basis down here as it continues to push down, but I only want to be in 4 contracts, so we're just going to go 4. This 5 would be too heavy, I would say. Wait for this test. Okay. So, let's see what we got here. He's still making money in the MQ trade. Oil's kind of slowly rising, bouncing off momentum. Not sure what happened there. Sorry, I'm eating my breakfast too. Gotta get my water in. So happy it's Friday, man. Ready for weekend. Go outside, enjoy the sun. We're gonna go watch a movie. Times. Sorry, we got one of those roto things. Like one of those cleaning bots. That dude just loved to vacuum stuff. Okay. Well, I don't know if anybody has any questions or anything, but so wait on this trade to pan out. Looks like it didn't pick me up. It reacted at momentum like I thought I was going to, and I just should have got in. But I got in too late. So now we'll see. Do I fade this? I think this fade would be a really cool move.
Order filled.
I'll just go on one contract. I'm fading it just because of that strong level on chart 1. Yeah.
Order filled.
Figured that happened. Okay. Well, we're gonna hit this high. I hate trading right here. Like, usually, whenever it's at the top, I don't, because I like to have two things to comparatively analyze. Sorry, my brain just completely shit itself. But when it's at these highs, I can't. There's no short side fear anymore, or I'm not thinking as long because it was just capped out somewhere. But it could always break that. It's just a high. But for some reason, my mind always gets in this weird state at these really high points, and it just continues to rise and rise and rise. I think of the fade. I want to fade or a possible RDA test, and then you wait for it, and you continue to trade that. And usually, it's always going to go against you. So the trade on the table is just
Order
continue
filled.
to push up until we see some type of confirmation that it's going to the short side.
Order filled.
I'm gonna continue going long. Whoa, volatility's picking up here. Last hour of the market, my stops in because I don't know how much I trust that volatility. Not the best basis. I entered way too early there. I thought I was gonna continue to push up, but it just came down and picked me up right away. See a slight test of momentum. It's playing around before it hits this high. Go to the NQ. Weekly highs in range.
Order filled.
We are reacting at a strong level on trading view on the 4 hour. We have two screens going for the real one. If you're on the wrong screen, he's trading and I'm trading too. We're just switching between them. Well, he must have got out of the MEQ trade. Oil's going down a little bit more. Guess it didn't close above momentum there. Or it did, but we see the retest down. I don't see anything going on with Treasury bonds. I think he's waiting for price to hit down there. Starting to pick up some volatility over there. He's buying back on the MNQ. Where is he buying in at? I think momentum. Can't fully see. But I believe it's a momentum check. He's going to rebuy there. I think he's thinking the same thing. It's going to continue to go up because he's buying. So we're both in for this long push. But MQ's playing around with price a little bit. My test bias on chart 2, which is also momentum in chart 3. That could be a possible test. Chart 3. Looks like his treasury bond's about to get picked up. Real close to getting picked up.
Order filled. Order filled.
Sorry, I'm trading over here. Tracking on RDA. I'm a little heavier than I wanted to be. Looks like he just got picked up for 1. I think. Or no, it's getting close to picking him up. Oils might go down to retest. I don't know if he's going to pull out of that or not. And he's in for 25 on the M&Q. He's in 25 contracts in the M&Q, dude. Or the NQ, sorry. Excuse me. He's trying to go for 5 more. Where's his basis? Dang, so I believe that he thinks the M&Q is about to rip. He's in 25. We're like at. If you guys want, here, I'll show you just on my screen for a second what price is doing right here. Yeah, you can see him down.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Order filled.
Check that fat. I got him way too high up and I didn't restart. But that was a failing trade. I wanted everyone to see that. I'm not just showing my good trades. That one I just entered too early. I didn't get out early enough. And that's what happened. Is there earnings pushing at post market? Yeah. I think after settlement, he trades, I don't know. I think he trades 8 minutes post market for the settlement. You can. I don't know why. And it's really crazy in there right after settlement. But he trades that. If that's the answer to your question. All right, so now he's in for 30 contracts. Holy crap. So he got back in on that. I want to as well.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I'm getting back in on this momentum recheck or bias recheck. He's literally in 30. Dude. It's so crazy. If price rips here, M&Q.
Order filled.
Yeah, I can't be getting too crazy. I'm getting a little antsy just because we're streaming. So I'm just going to chill out a little bit. Yeah, so price did reject there at that strong level on the M&Q. So we're trading against that right now. You see that strong level was created pretty much exactly on the left chart. Well, chart 1 is the 5-minute on his screen too. But you see that strong level was created right where the previous one was created at and rejected there. So price is now fighting between that strong level and momentum. So we're trading between those. If it breaks momentum and fails, then he'll probably pull his profits for that. But now we know it's confirmed move down to whatever. It could be the next reaction zone. But we know that reaction failed. But if we see it rise here, that level breaks, then has 2 more levels to break through, and then that's the high. So this level alone is pretty, what's the word? Pretty important level for us to know which way price wants to go for intent. Intention of. So you guys can see I got back into this trade. Switch my screen for a sec. Back in this trade. Got in 5 contracts. But scaled in okay. Added a little more when it crossed this RDA. That's what you just saw or heard a minute ago. I was in down here. Got in up here. Or got in down here. But bought in up here. Changed my basis. So we're gonna move these into profit. We're gonna let this thing just ride to the top. Put a trailing stop in. And let price do its thing. We're starting to see some volatility right there on that candle. Close to red. I don't want to see any red candles. Go back and see how my uncle's doing. Okay, so he's making big money now off those 30. Looks like he got picked up finally on the treasury bond. He got picked up for 4. Sell, stop. Okay, so he got picked up for all his contracts. Sweet. Yeah, and then you see mine's panning out okay for me right now. We're just waiting. It's going to continue to react here between this momentum and then that strong level. But I believe that the strong level breaks. I mean, the buy side has intent. I mean, when the sell side finally stepped up, was stopped, strong level was created, huge rejection, impulse back up. So we're seeing the long side fight back now. And I mean, strong levels are being created on the short side. So that is now going to become resistance for a short side to get through. We're seeing prices rip. Continue this trade pan out. Switch back to his screen. Yeah, so he's up 12 now. Almost 13. Off those 30 and then Q. Or is he? That is the M and Q. What the heck? Okay, well, still, he's in 30 deep, bro. I was about to say like 30 NQ is crazy, but 30 M and Qs still sizable, very. Now, I should take some off here, but all of these profits rise since I'm already in profit. I'm not gonna move my stop losses down anymore, and I have a trailing stop, so that'll be my runner. So I'm not too worried about price come down. We're up 170, so I'll make back what we lost a minute ago. Not worried about taking more profit. If it continues to rise up, I'll give it room to breathe because it kind of needs that based off. I didn't even switch screens, but based off of this strong level still needs to break. which I think if this closes here, a minute and a half and it's 5 minute candle, so we need that to close above that strong level right here. See if I can shapes, clips. Well, that was shitty. Okay, now I can't even drag this thing. What the heck? Well, whatever. Feeling good. We're feeling in the money today. Contracts are pretty sizable, but winning contracts, we're winning more. I struggled with that before, is winning my trading days, taking losses more often, but only 10 losses today, but sizable amount. 10 contracts, $253 lost.
Stop
And
field.
especially because we're on a 3K, I'm being a lot more aggressive than I need to be. We'll get out.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm definitely trading more aggressive than I would, but we're also streaming, so gotta have a little bit of fun. Go back to his here. See what he's up. He's still in those 30. He's got his stop losses in. He's really trusting price here for this long side. Or not. He's not trusting. I mean, he's definitely just analyzed and seeing what the system is telling him more than I am. But he's got this long move on his mind. Oil is still reacting on momentum. Treasury looks like a slight shift from the short side to long. Looks like all the trades are really panning out for him. Ugh. Looks like all of his trades are really panning out for him, is what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to trade for too much longer. Friday. And it's about to get crazy up in here. Last 50 minutes of the market. Sorry, I keep forgetting I gotta kind of talk when I'm doing this. So CL is still reacting. I want to enter in this MNQ, dude. It's this push that's annoying me now. Just push, range, push, range. So probably scaling a little bit lower here. The retest I'm waiting to see is momentum, or slow momentum on chart 1. Because it's a pretty dominant factor for today. I mean, if you just look at the slow EMA, it usually is the powerful one. Because fast momentum gets pulled in and out, and you'll usually see breaks and overshoots of our fast momentum indicator. But slow momentum usually holds very well, as in it's more powerful because as price gets to there, it's breaking the first momentum check, usually. So like we see here, as it breaks momentum, it tests our slow momentum indicator, and as soon as that test happens, is the rip up. This momentum gets checked. You see a huge impulse, another huge impulse to recheck. Then we see slow EMA check. That's another huge pull. Even on the short side, we see another retest. It breaks slow momentum first, then the recheck. After that recheck, rip down. So I use the slow EMA more precisely than I do the fast momentum, just because of the checks. Damn, this fucking vacuum, bro. Had to fucking mute my. Sorry, I'm cussing so much, but mute my mic every time this damn vacuum comes on. It's emptying. How much shit do you need to empty? Huh. Anyways, we're getting close to pick me up. Alright, let's go back to see what my uncle's doing here. Sales momentum. This dude is really 30 contracts deep on this long move for the MEQ. I believe it. I trust that MEQ move. Just that the reason being is that short side did not dominate anything besides chart 1 when it was doing that rip down. It didn't even test. I mean, that tested what momentum? Let's check real quick. Yeah, I mean, that rip down right here on chart 1 was just a test of momentum on chart 3. So the conviction is long here. The prediction is long. If you're not long, I mean, that's what chart 3 is telling us, the golden time frame. The hourly is telling us it is long here. Now we could see retests, but long seems
Order
pretty common.
filled.
I'm getting picked up, so switch to his. I'll manage this trade real quick. So the price finally took him out, got his profits. Treasury bond trade is actually working out for him. Its price is kind of going upwards after momentum. Had that bias check. Oil is just sitting there. He told me the oil spikes. So I don't know what type of spike he's looking for. Or he's already in profit. He's just waiting to see if there's anything else to happen. But for myself, sure, we can see this sniper entry real quick. Just one contract on the RDA picked me up, dipped. I mean, look at this. If you were just buying RDA checks the whole time, you'd be in some good money here. I mean, after the changeover, some of this, but 10 or 11. After the changeover, just buying these RDA checks, you'd be in the money. For real in the money. I want to see some volatility, dude. This market is slow today. I guess it's Friday, but it's gonna start getting picked. It's gonna start picking up here. I just know it. Looks like he's probably getting out of trades too. I feel like his favorite time is to trade the last 40 minutes, since he trades like another 10 after. But I feel like that's his favorite time to trade, because I see this dude making the craziest moves at the end of the day when shit is getting nuts. Through the volatility, he's telling me what's happening. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Crazy, man. Start making some ribs. CO's finally turning, going up again. Let's see what's happening on my screen. Just in that one contract. Seeing somewhat pushed down. Trying to get my basis somewhat towards slow momentum, like I said. That should basis around it. Because I like slow momentum a lot as a bounce or as an overshoot. safety net, I would say. I don't know how I would describe that. But slow momentum usually tends to back my position well. So if I'm going to scale in to slow momentum, I can tell early on either if price is going to go against it or with it, because it's right on slow momentum. And slow momentum is usually underneath fast. So if it's broken through fast and slow momentum breaks too, then I know I should just get out because that's most likely going to go to RDA. But if slow momentum holds and it holds in between there and there's a range, it means it's fighting for momentum. So to stay with those on the side of whichever is dominant, so chart 3, the long side, we're in a dominant position even though we're in between momentum checks. That's just on chart 2 as well, because we're not even in any other momentum environments on any of their charts. So that's the conviction I had there. That's what I'm trading. Someone left a voice call. That was my uncle. Oh, mine Discord too? Is there an echo? It is what it is. If there is, you guys probably tell me. Damn, these ribs are good. I don't know if you guys have had the mini chicken things from mini chicken breakfast from Chick-fil-A. Those are gas. Yum. Okay, I'm only one trader. We'll go back to my uncle's chart. I'll try to get more. Go heavier. All right. See what he's got going on. He's just getting out of his trades, really. Trying to see if this treasury bond works out for him, but he's already in profit. Damn, you see how sometimes I'll be waiting so long to get in profit. He's always just in profit. I mean, I imagine he's in loss sometimes too, but it just feels to me that every time I look at him, that dude is in profit. For those of you who have not joined down below, I recommend joining our Discord. It's where a lot of stuff pops off. All right, I'll go to my trade. This is kind of going against me, so that'd be fun to look at. So I pretty much have, 2 levels. So a level on chart 2 and a level on chart 1 to kind of back me in support, you could say, as price comes down. But I'm really looking for some type of recheck of momentum here before push up, because I know that's what it wants. It as it comes closer to this high, it wants to continue to retest. Price needs that confirmation for it to go along, and that rejection on chart 1 possibly could tell me that that was the test. But I don't trust a test unless it's actually broken through it or a closes above it, wherever the close is at on an actual indicator. Just because for some reason my brain can't. If it does not touch the indicator, I do not fully count it as a test. I'll count it as a test as I'm counting tests like this is the first, second, third. I'll count it, but I won't count it as an official test of price reacting there unless it touches the indicator. And that doesn't mean anything because that's price and a calculation time, but it matters a lot with how we're trading the system. And I believe in it that much and I've seen it work that much and
Order filled.
it. So that is why I have that type of mindset with it, you could say. This might go against me. But really, it's all momentum now, so this is the time for it to break or not. We'll move our stop loss pretty tight here. I don't want to lose a lot P&L wise. Put my profit up a little more. Try to get bases a little lower. Keep our stop losses at a decent position, somewhat beneath where the next reaction zone could be, because it could react at that reaction zone and go up before it hits the stop loss.
Order filled.
That's usually how I start my stop losses. Looks like short side's starting to step up here. Just on chart 2, though. Well, on chart 1, I guess, as well. We're starting to see some rejection. And pretty solid rejection at each momentum. And a strong level is created at my bias. Or basis, sorry, not bias. Switch back to my uncle's trades real quick while I manage this.
Order filled.
I don't know if he's fading that or not. This trade might go against me, honestly. Got 14 seconds for this candle to close, and it looks like it's about to close underneath momentum. So, you know what's crazy? Look at this. With how much time left in this candle, it is working to try to close above. And look at that. It worked and closed above momentum on that. On chart 1. It literally was down here as I was talking about it. Had 14 seconds left. And the close, as we know, is the most important part of the candle. And I literally just watched price climb on. That's why I love tick charts. I watched price climb on chart 2. This fat bar and then the little red bar made it so price closed above momentum on there. Now we're seeing some price action happen below, and you expect that after a close above like that, because price is how I imagine it. You could say price is frustrated that it closed above, so starting to see some type of reaction. But that close was very important because that was the test, essentially. And that test was rejected, so we're seeing the push here. It's crazy you can think of this like logic, right? How could I ever tell anybody? You know, I can't. Every time I talk about this type of stuff, it feels weird coming out. Just because it blows my mind when I look at charts. Like, I literally just explained how I view the system. And we were watching it pan out. As I just explained why I took this trade and why price reacted here or whatever. Anything like you cannot even believe me. But I was trying to switch the screen back to explain that it's crazy. If price closed underneath there, I thought it was going to continue to go short, and I would have got out. But price gone back above. Pretty crazy, just saying. You might not think that way. That's fine too. I just love it. Fascinating. How charts like this you can just analyze and predict what people are trading. These are other people and hedge funds and prop firms and raw price. But that just was a small scalp. I should have took profit there because it probably just reacted for a second. But I got too confident talking. So it's probably going to come down and take me out. But no, I was going to take profit there. I was sipping my water. And I just was too excited. So we'll let this breathe a little bit. If it wants to come take me down, take me down. It's my fault I didn't take that scalp. Because really what I was looking for here was some type of retest to move up. Then move my profits. But I didn't put my profit. Didn't put my stop losses into profit. That's my fault. Let price breathe. Let's see where it wants to go. I'm telling you, it's just insane to look at this type of stuff. And I hope everyone sees trading this way too. You know, being able to read prices. I don't know. I move this down. I think this is still gonna go with this because that strong level is somewhat the second deviation. The only thing is we're really close in chart 4 to that strong level, so I think that's like where we're reacting at. But and I don't really move my stop loss into profit really. I should, but we'll let price breathe. I have enough P&L here to really just let it breathe, so that's what I'll do. And I am just going a little too heavy. 4K. This was a great month. Sorry, someone commented on YouTube. This was a great month, but I fear that coming months are going to be like 13th June, 13th July. Yeah, for sure. That's a good concept too. Or not a concept. What he's saying, I believe, is correct. Because these past couple weeks have felt a lot easier trading, even though price. Oh no! Look at that rip down. I'm at reverse here. Yeah.
Order filled.
We're taking out some profit there, but we're seeing some impulse on the way down, so might as well participate in this trade. Not sure why I just started getting frantic, but we're gonna participate in that reverse. Yeah, serious vol. Oh, 30 minutes just hit. That's why. Last 30 minutes of the market. See the slight pivot. Oh, dude, that too.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, that's fine. Was it worth it? Probably not. But if I would have got out early, I could have rescalped that. So it hits the first deviation. That one closed underneath. I think we might go short here. But anyways, yeah, what Chirag was talking about on YouTube. If you were trading during July, they were very momentum heavy days, very choppy as well. And those are hard days to trade. But the more you trade them, then they'll become easy days like to trade. That's how I see it. Like these used to be the hardest days for me to trade. I used to only be able to trade if it was just momentum long all day. Couldn't even short for a long time. LOL. When you get stopped, it's the perfect time for long. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? These guys get it. Yeah, I could have reversed again there. I'm in a lot of contracts today. I not want to be in this many. It's a lot of trades. But only because this is not how I want to be trading. Still trading okay. I mean, a third of my profit is loss. So 14. Yeah, I mean, almost half my trades too. But it's okay. You know, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling good today. It's not like I'm trading bad. I feel like I'm trading well. Just I want to be more what's the word? I want to be smart with my trading as well as competent. Trading not safe, but securely, you could say. So I think that's what really matters with. Okay, we gotta get into trade here. Is this long push imminent, bro? I want to see a break of this level on momentum. we'll get it done here. I should have got back in way lower, but not really paid attention to the charts. Just trying to look at my uncle's charts. We can switch to his real quick. You can see. Okay, yeah, he's 45 deep, dude. He's trying to go. He's going long. Every time I look at his, it's like Tom Brady. He's going for the Hail Mary. I don't know. I'm not a Patriots fan or anything like that, so if you hate the Patriots, I'm not a Patriots fan. I'm not saying I hate the Patriots either. No, I'm not saying I like them either. I'm not telling you guys anything. Okay, yeah, there we go. Come pick me up. Don't be a twat, dude. So since it's the last 30 minutes, I'm gonna put my stop losses somewhat tight, but I can't keep them too tight because volatility will take these out. One huge spike. I have been trading the last 15 minutes and the open in demo just to check it out and try it. So we'll see how this works out. Okay, we see the close above. Is that the overshoot though? Do we believe this close? The 5-minute closed. It's a pretty confident level. Or a pretty confident confirmation. With that confirmation, let's see what we can do, eh? I mean, chart 1 has all these strong levels. Oh, you guys aren't even looking at my chart. My bad. We can see my uncles. Look at he's doing. He's up 10K right now on the M&Q trade. He's still waiting for this treasury bond. Well, it's already working out for him, but I think he's waiting for it to go higher. That previous level it's about to break. What's this going on, man? Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm just looking at stuff right now. I'll show my chart real quick. I don't know if I want to get
Order filled.
in that early. Okay. Now, if pricing wants to come down here, I'll probably just get out before it does. So I'm trying to focus on this trade. I think, I think is worse than getting taken out of a loss is getting picked up for one contract on a big move up. Now, I know you shouldn't think that way because, make money's money. But if you're predicting a big move up and you scale in perfectly, or even you just enter, just perfect entry, and then you just see a huge rip, exactly what you thought would happen, but you're like, that won't happen.
Order filled.
It does. Dude, there's nothing worse than that. I guess taking a fat loss, I guess a really fat loss, that hurts too. But when you got that perfect trade right in front of you, you can make a bunch of money. Those ones. So we're trading this strong level on chart 1. Chart 1 is my control. Chart 4, I don't really have anything. There's really nothing on here. The only thing we have is this strong level. But what I will do, actually, since we have this fat
Order filled.
back, well, Damn, is this break here? We're gonna keep our stop loss tight. I don't think it breaks, but that it wants to test this level. So we're gonna keep our stop losses below this level in case of a small overshoot. And we might go into 5 contracts. No, we'll go 4. I'll just put this down a little bit further. My basis has to come down lower if I even want to stay in this trade. So this strong level is what I'm trading on chart 1. So that's my. I'm getting in too early for sure, and I don't have enough firepower. I have enough firepower, but I'm not. No, I don't have enough firepower. It's 3K account to back this position. So if I was able to go heavier, then I would. But I'm forgetting since this is a smaller account, I need to enter still pretty precisely. So I need to expect the overshoot. I need to go lower. Okay, I'll write down my notes real quick. See what my uncle's doing. Whoa, he's
Order filled.
in that. 30 deep. He's canceling something. Buy, stop. Oh, he's fading right now. He's fading this short move on the M&Q. I think. Yeah, no, he's fading it. I'm currently long on this position. So either it works out for me or works out for him. Looks like price is stalling where I don't want it to. It's probably because he's freaking doing it to me. This dude's been a whale. He's whaling me out. So almost 4 strong levels created again on chart 1. Or a 4 pattern strong level. I know you guys aren't looking at my screen, but pretty crazy. Look at this 4 level on both sides. Right here, right underneath the previous strong level. And then see if I can. What the? I forgot how to duplicate. Damn it. Oh, that's the reverse. We'll let this thing breathe a little more. Down almost 80. Could turn my P&L here. But higher risk, high reward. We're already in profit. If I lose, I'll probably take down 100 profits. So I'll be in 600 instead of 800. Those are all losses that I've written down and will reflect on. But we're in these trades, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to trade. I'm trusting this conviction for it to bounce off these strong lows on the short side and continue to rip up. Chart 1 is my control, but chart 3, we also have a pretty strong level that was the level that rejected the short side. I can show you. Right here, look at this pretty fat wick. That wick tested momentum. And right after it tested momentum, the strong level was created. So now I'm trading against this strong level. Oh, does it break? It wants to. Something's trying to short me. Also, 15 minutes left in the market. It's about to get volatile in here. See what Uncle's doing. If he keeps shorting me, dude, we're gonna have problems on this conversation. We call later. Yeah, it looks like
Stop filled.
change my basis a little better. Yeah, that alone was like the $80.
Stop filled.
Yep, he called it. He called that short. I guess his confirmation probably was what my confirmation was not. I saw that the long side created the strong levels, but really the short side broke the long side down, created the strong levels, continued to push as the long side pushed up. Seller stepped up on every single level. I mean, look at this. As they rip up, seller steps up, they push down. As the buyers try to make the move back up, sellers step back up again and again. He probably saw it better than I did. I mean, on chart 3, it's kind of the same idealistic thing. That green candle closed and it should have continued to push to go past, but it didn't. It got rejected by the short side. So that was a good trade on his part. I see he's thinking now. It's fine. We're still balling in the money. Down way less than we want to be. And this is why we usually don't trade the close, but down about 400. What is that? Pizza? 1 second, I gotta eat this. Yup. Alright, we're back. Listen, I got 14 troopers in here just waiting for my Uncle Scott to come back. I'm not even sure why I'm trading this shit, dude. This is the crazy time. Let's see what my uncle's doing. So he's in 20. He must have took some off of that short move. But I guess he's probably trading the RDA. Probably losing the bias test. There's also that strong level there. It's on the weekly. Oil is just chilling. Just ranging right now on momentum. 10 minutes left in the market. Or just about 13 minutes left. He's probably going to trade in the settlement, so we shall see. All right, so let's see. He's put some orders in on ZB. Oh, we can't even see ZB. Which is also crazy.
How the bot should.
Yeah, looks like he's getting pulled out of that position, so the rise back up here on the long side from the MQ. But feeling good with trades today. Hope everyone traded well this Friday. I will share my P&L in the chat. If you haven't joined Discord, make sure you join down below. There's a link and everything. We also got our trading view. I'm not sure what's going on with our trading view indicators, but we are supposed to be releasing some sick indicators eventually. We already have sick indicators, but there's gonna be some dope shit in the works around here. Excel trade systems working. Huh. So I'm looking at these charts. Oh, Volta is picking up on the MQ. Last 10 minutes, we're about to see some shit go down. Alright, so he's selling here. Selling MQ. Trying to short this move. So he fully believes in this RDA check. I believe that's the move he's going for. He could be trading something else, I don't know. But I'm assuming the RDA test is the most prominent he's thinking about. Oh, he just switched. He's buying. He reversed. Whoa. What a reverse. He was in profit there too. Pulled like $300 something, I think. Great reverse. 10 contracts. He's already up 9. Yeah, absolute fire reserve.
Hey, I'm back. I don't know if you're still here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just talking about your trades. Crazy
Yeah.
reversal right there.
Yeah, I'm just trading deep into the close while I'm on the phone, which is probably not the best thing to be doing. But where are we at? I'd probably go flat on everything here over the weekend. So putting trailing stops here. Not a bad. Did catch just kind of like a quick reversal.
Yeah, it was a great catch though. Like instantly, you were like $1,300. So oil is ranging out here at the end.
Yeah. I mean, oil typically does that though. Sometimes the NQ, you get an opportunity to get, like I'm in here, I'm in 10 lots. Maybe I get an opportunity and my, if you get good at trading these last couple minutes, the last 15 minutes of the market, you could make a decent trade as long as your entry's right and you're on the right side of the market. So right now I'm on the right side of this trade. Obviously we're long. Both trailing stops are above the entry. So now it's just, okay, can we ride it up? Is it going to rip up? Sometimes you'll see these moves where it just rips up to like 876. So that's a decent move if you can catch it.
Hell yeah.
So another couple $1,000 is not bad.
And if it rips down, it's just your trailing stops right there anyways. Are those trailing stops?
Yeah. So they're just going to go and...
So if it rips up too, it'll just follow it. That's nice. That's smart too.
But you could do fixed here sometimes, but I don't like to watch it. And so to me, this is just bonus. This is just kind of making bonus. So if I get knocked out on a trailing stop, well, it's just bonus. It just, I don't care about maximizing the profit on this trade. I do have a target. I mean, I'm thinking the target might be 875, but we're running out of market time. But So if it got to 875, I might just get out, or it's going for 894. So that's where it's going. The first area that it is going to hit though is 870. So that's the first stall area. So, if I really wanted to maximize it, I might take 5 off at 870 just because that might be where it will stop and then do like a quick pullback. But
Dang. Yeah, I was just kind of talking about how much you actually have to analyze and it blows my mind. I don't know how to comprehend it all. Like you're talking about 4 different charts, 4 different tickers, and you're seeing like strong levels naturally on each one and trading those as well as seeing where rejections like that's just crazy, bro.
well, and that's why, if you're using the same, I mean, it's like, well, if you're, I kind of liken it to a sniper. A sniper sitting on a street and they've been there for 4 days, they're going to know that street. Like, they're going to know if someone's out of place.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know if something's up. It's the same way if you use the same indicators in your charting system.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is that, yeah, your indicators, you can quickly, that's why I can quickly look at a chart within 10 to 20 seconds. You've seen it and me tell you exactly, hey, here's the 2 zones, right?
Mm-hmm. And you have so much time, like effort with those indicators that they're just natural tools to you.
Well, and that's, but any system, is that if you're, well, that's why you can't be constantly changing your rules and your system and your logic. You need a baseline that you're always improving upon. So that's why, because that's part of the benefit, or that's part of the power of, or not part of the power, but that is part of actually consistently improving is you can't be changing something and trying to consistently improve it, that it's constantly changing. That's impossible. So I'm going to go flat here, I think, on everything. We'll go flat on ZB. Not a bad day. I don't know, right around 67,000 or so.
Jesus. Well, I was at 1,000 and turn my P&L a little bit. So we're at 575 right now.
Oh, so you just over traded into the
Yeah, well, I was just trying to trade,
yeah.
Yeah, but I realistically, after I made that, I would have just pulled out. I talked about it, but they were still good trades, and I was trying to switch between back and forth on the one, and I would just look at your screen, look at your trades, and I just went for my profits. But I mean, a relatively good day. Still had more winning trades. Feeling confident about trading. Able to
So now I'm going to talk
nature.
about something really important, which is your shutdown procedure. So I believe, well, what you should do is you should go flat here. I mean, exit all your trades. There is a button in Tradeovate where it basically tells you you can do it across all your accounts, exit all trades if you want to. And then what I do is I log in again, and then I ensure there's no trades there, and I click the buttons again. So I know that sounds like overkill for a lot of people, but if you don't have procedures like this, and you don't stick to them as far as making sure that you do them, you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be in trades that you don't know about or you didn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not enough to just go in and click exit all positions and cancel all on your total account, which I do. But then what you need to do is you need to re-log in, you need to log out. And I even go as far as logging into another environment, usually, if the broker allows it, and then confirming and then going through that and canceling again. So I log out completely and get back in. So because I've not done this, and I've just got up and went out and kind of, I traded for the day and just didn't come back to the computer. And then I wake up or I look at the count on Sunday or something. I'm like, holy crap, there's 2 trades here that are open that I exited. What happened? So you should have a set down procedure every day that you do regardless, and you don't break, because the second that you do break it is the one time where it's going to hurt you. So that's something I would suggest you start, because the feeling of being in a trade you don't want to be in, that maybe is even against you, and then waiting for the Sunday open to get out of that trade sucks. So it's not. That's why you just have to have these procedures like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, well, sweet. Let's call it a day. Anybody? Thanks everybody for joining us. Anything else you want to add, man, before we jump off?
No, man, appreciate everyone sticking out. We had some troopers that stuck it out.
I didn't
Appreciate
plan
everyone
to stream all day, but I actually did get to take breaks and stuff, so that was good.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Well, we'll see everybody on Monday. Everybody, I will end. If you still here, you want to join Discord. If you are interested in the Rexdog trade system, send a DM to either me or Nephew Elite on Discord. Ask how to get
Sure.
started. Other than that, we'll see everybody on Monday. All right, you good?
Yep. See you
right.
in the
Peace.